I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Senk_Packer resubscribed for 22 months. Yo.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Zara James resubscribed for 11 months. Time really flids.
Test test. What's up, chat? Oh, I'm tired. Nyx is a handful. What's up, chat? Hello. You can kind of hear Nyx crying in the background because she's in her crate.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Netrunner Mike, thank you for the 6 months.
I live when I believe.
Netrunner Mike just subscribed.
Zero James, thank you for the 11 months. I'm tired. How you doing? Oh my goodness, she's okay. Whatever. This is why I can never freaking punish her because she just cries enough to make me annoyed. I never really let her out of her crate anyway. Oh. Be free, Nyx? Nah, she's she's out of her crate now, but she's out there. She's not coming in here. She's in basically a bigger crate, and that's just my living room. What's up, chat? Hello. How's everybody doing? My back hurts. Was you a great stream today? We'll have a little bit of a fun stream today. I mean, I'll have fun because I get to dunk on Atriox some more. I get to dunk on Atriox. I get to dunk on Nick Shirley. This is a good stream for me. But yeah. What else is there? What else is there? What else is there? What else is there? You see the new truth bomb from Cities by Diana? None of those words have any meaning to me. Because I have no idea what that refers to. Ow, that was my neck. You see spray yourself in the face? Yes, I did. With a bottle of water. He's left his brain right on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, so that makes sense as to why I haven't seen it. Thought we don't get distracted by Carol Struka. For an hour today, we'll have a good stream. I might do that. I just might do that. Because I can keep talking about pluribus forever. And a question of how many languages do you speak? 2. What's this Drewski link? What is it? Oh yeah, I saw this. I didn't watch it, but I did see it on my timeline. I was like, it made me chuckle. Let's see. Chrome, Chatterino. Close. Okay, I think that's everything. Here, let me close all these other tabs. I'm hungry. I need to start making breakfast, but I don't have enough time. I would literally have to wake up at 3 a.m. to get everything that I need to wake. I would literally need to wake up at 3 a.m. to get everything that I need to get done before stream. First thing is using Chrome. I have to use Chrome. I don't have to use Chrome. Trying to get Firefox. I have Firefox. I have 2 browsers. Listen, chat, you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't understand it. I have 2 browsers. One is my main browser, which is Firefox. No, you don't. Yes, I do. See, okay, you know what? Take an hour off, because fuck you gonna tell me what I need to do. Fuck off. What I do is I have my main browser, which is Firefox, and then I have Chrome for stream. Right? Because if somebody sends me links, I like to watch the links before they play on the stream. And so I can do that on my Firefox browser and only capture my Chrome audio in order to, that's my stream thing. You know what I mean? So I need to have 2 separate browsers because I want to be able to separate what goes on to the stream and what doesn't go onto the stream. Pre-watch? It is pre-watch. I learned this from getting caught up because somebody sent me porn last time. Like 2 years ago, and I'm still traumatized from that. It was like 3 seconds. It was like, I think it was a music review, which is why I don't do music reviews. Somebody sent me like, hey, can you listen to my song? And I was like, you know what? Sure, I'll listen to your song. And I started playing it on stream. And it was like a song for like 3 seconds, and then it was just a black guy's penis. That was it. And I was just like, oh my gosh. So that's why I have 2 different browsers. So my Chrome that y'all see is also, it's good because I have a browser and a YouTube account, and everything is set up on this browser. Like, here, I'll show you. Right, so everything that I use for stream is on this browser. I don't use this browser for anything personal, so none of my personal information is on this browser. So if I can't accidentally click something and open something up that shows like my password save. I have no password saved on here. The accounts are pretty much the accounts that I use for stream. So like it has like my stream YouTube account and stuff. And so I'm gonna say it's impossible, but it's less likely for me to like dox myself or show some personally identifiable information, because this browser is literally only used for stream. Once stream ends, I close this browser and I use my main browser, and that's Firefox. That's why I use this. Also, I use the Volume Master extension, which is good for full screening videos. So yeah. Not that I owe you an explanation. Fuck you. I don't owe you shit. But that's why I use private browser is not good enough. I'm guessing no, because if I won't be able to use my YouTube. Right? I would have to sign into every single account that I have. Every single time I stream. Twitter, YouTube, Reddit. Tonight. This just makes no sense. Right. I thought about using like different profiles on. What is Nick's getting into? Hey, what are you getting? Ugh. Anyway, that's my point. That I thought about using private, like 2 different profiles on Firefox, but it will still capture the same audio. There's no way to capture different Firefox instances unless you like manually select this like a tab each time. You capture that specific tab. But if you close and open it up, you have to do that over and over again. You know what I mean? There's a method to the madness here. Firefox just doesn't segment profiles like Chrome. It does a little bit, but it sucks. Personally. But yeah. Again, not like a explanation. Here's the Drewski video. Oh, does somebody have the Nick Shirley thing with Channel 5?
Gonna have Wanda stand.
Okay, can I just say I went to a church like this for like a month growing up, and I you know what, I'll dox it because I don't care about like, you know, leaking the church. It was called a Freedom House. It wasn't black. It was a white church. And they did like they had like a Christian rock thing. They had like the LED panel in the background that put stuff up on the screens. It looked exactly like this. Right, and I thought it was like a little bit woke because it had like a husband and wife were like co-pastors. So they didn't have like a pastor and a first lady. It was just like they were co-pastors. Like, okay, they have a woman pastor. You know what I mean? It was not woke at all. I don't know why we thought that. It was the opposite of it was the opposite of woke. They hosted Candace Owens, and they got called out for racism in a national story. Hold on, let's see if I can find the story. But this is hilarious. Hold on. Wait, they did it again? Oh my goodness. They were in the news again. Freedom House church leaders heads harassment campaign and spreads misinformation. That was 2023. What is happening, bro? (2021) Charlotte Church says it will ignore proposed mask mandate. Our lawyers are ready. Charlotte pastor, only white people at the front door. What is happening, bro? JD Vance spoke at Freedom House. What is wrong with this church? Okay. We'll finish the Drewski video, then I'll show you a little bit of the information about this church. You guys miscalculated? Listen, I didn't do any calculations. I was along for the ride. They didn't have a cafe, and they sold cinnamon rolls. So I like that part. That's adding up. Like, Ludwig is your number one. Ludwig is actually not my number one. It's Hassan, which is most of y'all's number one too. So y'all can suck my nuts. You're not above me.
Up here, Wanda, please. Wanda told us earlier this month that she could not have a baby anymore. So I impregnated her with the word of God. I'm going to impregnate everyone with the word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the word of God.
This is not even an exaggeration.
You gonna get pregnant with the word of God. I had somebody in the congregation ask why I'm wearing Christian Dior and Christian Louboutins. Because I'm a Christian and I walk in the blood of Jesus.
He's so good. He's so good at this. Stop!
Give him some praise. I'm a Christian first. And I walk in the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise.
You watch Life is Show, basically this skit, but a whole show? I have not.
Give him some praise. So we are raising funds for a project in Zimbabwe. Yes, we are trying to get our congregation over in Africa. Amen. We wanted to raise $4 million for that. Amen. Yes. Hallelujah. That needs to appear today. We are not letting anyone leave until we reach our goal. Amen. Hallelujah. Life savings here. Give him some praise for that. Give it his life savings up. Apostle Richie says, baby, can you help me? I said, can you help me?
He's so good at this, bro.
I said, can you help me? I'm gonna finish this word here. And
honestly, Drewski's a generational talent. I don't understand anything, but I understand everything. If you've been in the church, you know this is completely accurate. Don't let, and I will tell you, as somebody who's grew up in the church, this is 100% accurate. Anybody try to tell you that it's not, they're lying to you. They're lying to you 100%. I guarantee you this is accurate.
Do the Christian?
It's a tad, like, you know, exaggerated. Like, he takes some stuff that, like, you know, is like in the like seedy underbelly, and he's like just showing it to you as for comedic effect, but like it's not anything crazy, you know.
Version, don't worry about
like,
it.
You won't see like pastors be like, oh yeah, life savings, you know, or they won't say nobody's leaving until we reach our goal, right? But you'll see similar like sentiments that actually happened. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. My point is that, like, it's not like hugely representative, right? It's like the most exaggerated elements or the most extreme elements condensed into like one video. That's kind of my point. You know, I find a video of the one pastor locking the door until he got 40K. To be fair, I haven't seen that.
I'm gonna do the Christian version. I'm driving this Bentley Bentayga because I believe in Christ. Can you leap on your legs like a survivor? Can you leap on your legs?
Did the church let him speak? Did they think he was a real pastor? No, come on. He probably just paid money. You know what I mean? Like, he probably just rented it out. There are like a million churches in this country. You can literally just go out to be like, hey, I'll give you, you know, $10,000 if you let me just use this as a venue for a second. Like, there's other more churches than McDonald's. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Still praise the Lord.
I need you to pray for my wife.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, get your hands off my car. You gave tithes and offering?
No.
Back the fuck up, man. What's wrong with you, man?
That's crazy. Dang. People are gonna be mad about this. People are going to be upset about this. Not because it's incorrect, but because it's wholly correct. They are mad. Of course they are mad. Yeah, that makes sense. And obviously this is not all churches, right? You will find, this is 99.99999% of mega churches. You probably find one like mega church that is not like this, but like it's most mega churches. Like, I don't understand. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say I don't understand why people go to mega churches. It's because of the community aspect. It's like why people watch large streamers, right? You want to go to a place where you know other people are at, because it's like, it's been like, you know, well, they have 1,000, you know, they have 1,000 people in the pews. It makes sense. Why can't I just be one of them? You know, and you go to be you literally go there to be a voice in a sea, as opposed to being like, you feel me? You're like building community. You don't go to mega churches to build community. That's why mega churches are holistically bad. I'm against mega churches. I'm not against like houses of worship or churches in general. But like, you will be hard pressed to find a mega church that is good. You will. I say this as somebody who's been to traditional churches, right? like, you know, small, close-knit churches. Those are the churches that your grandparents go to, right? And like mega churches. That they're just not good. They're not good for this exact reason. I've been brought to mega churches by friends and family, professional music productions, free food. I have huge shows. It's an insane grift. I wouldn't say the huge show is the kind of the insane grift part. Like you get free food at, you know, smaller churches as well. Right? But it's supposed to be, you know, you're not like catering Chick-fil-A or whatever. It's supposed to be like, you know, you have some people who, you know, who can cook, who've cooked traditionally, like your you know, your unks and aunties. They cook up some food for the small congregation. And they're like, you know, for people who don't have much at home, you know for a fact, you go to church, you get at least one meal, right? You get one meal and one plate covered. And that's what it's supposed to be. That's what churches are supposed to be, in theory. They're supposed to be places for community building, for you know, protecting people, you know, and their, you know, like people who may not have as much, right? But like, yeah, mega churches that have like, listen, we need to have our 7th location. It's imperative that we have our seventh location. Because, you know, we just need it. We promise. The best what I ever had at the church was a funeral for my friend's dad in a liberation theology style black church. Yeah, grew up in a small Methodist church, and we were always fed but never catered. My friend mega church never had church cooked meals, and I felt bad for them. Yeah, I mean, because it's not even really it's and this is my opinion, right? This is just my opinion. I'm not speaking for, you know, all Christians or everybody or whatever. But I think it's antithetical to like what churches and Christianity is supposed to stand for. It's supposed to be about building community, right, and taking care of one another. I think mega churches do the opposite of that. It's the personification of capitalism in the religious sector, right? It's how can we extract wealth and resources from the working class to the person at the top. Right? Who, by and large, most likely came from money. If you know about anything about like pastoralship, right? It's like this guy right here, we'll watch the video in a second, but this guy probably apprenticed under another guy who probably apprenticed under TD Jakes or something like that. Like it's about like who you know. It's like, oh, well, this one guy who's a mega church pastor got connected to this other person who's a mega church pastor and brought him in and mentored him. And was like, okay, go have your own church. Here, have you know, $50,000. You know, mega churches have flamethrowers and real flying Santas. Not all mega churches have flamethrowers, unfortunately.
That Bentley, that's not a regular Bentley. That's a one-on-one Bentley from God, and it's for the church. Amen, don't question my choices. Amen. Now you can.
Yeah, and I will say, right, like there are Christians who do know this, who know that like mega churches are bad, right? This is why this person was asked the question, right? However, it's kind of like what you see from like Mormons a little bit, and like you are kind of like ostracized. You're kind of pushed out. Not overtly, sometimes overtly, but not always overtly. You're kind of just like, you gotta go, you know, go somewhere else. We don't want you here, kind of thing. If you know, if you dare be like, yo, pastor, why are you having first class flights across the country 3 times a week? You know what I mean? They're just like, well, time for you to go. Goodbye.
I got. Don't question my choices. Now you can't have that.
That's what Sally Smited Wednesday last.
I got it. Yeah. Let me make you real mad. Got 2 of them.
I, Roberta McCoy, giving faith and stand in unity with the vision of perfecting church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
That's crazy.
I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up.
Can they make the voice say counting or not counting gang violence?
Cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again.
Now, the Lord didn't bless just anybody with this. He blessed me because he knew who could handle the responsibility. Pastor, can I take it for a test drive? No. The Lord. People want to know why the business.
Wait, this isn't the one of them locking the churches. Gosh, sorry, I wanted to see that one. Was it this? Oh, you sent the TMZ link.
And they understand the cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. It's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. Now, everyone up here, we've all sowed and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and give it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving.
And he's banking on people being too ashamed to not to. You know what I mean? He's banking on people being too ashamed to not to. He's acting like a Twitch streamer. I mean, he's locking them in. It's more than being ashamed. I mean, theoretically, you can still leave. You know what I mean? He technically didn't say he locked the doors. He said close the doors. You can leave, right? But people know how they will be perceived if they do leave. It takes any one person to be like, I'm leaving. You cannot keep me here. Right? But he's banking on the fact that, like, being that person, right, will get you perceived, will make you perceived in a certain way. You know? It's like, okay, this is how I'm going to be perceived by people who I respect, right? They don't want to lose community? Yeah. And this is why I can't stand mega churches, bro. I can't stand them. I can't stand them. Can't stand them. Cannot stand them. Cannot stand them. If your church has more than 1,000 people in the congregation, maybe it's getting too much, you know? Talking about Drewski's mega church, it was hilarious. Yes, 1,000 is a lot of people. 1,000 is a lot of people. It's a lot of people. Right? Because also think about it like this. When these mega churches, right, when Marvin Sapp's mega church succeeds, there are churches, community-driven churches across the country that actually do provide for the community, that are kind of squeezed out because all of their congregation is being locked in the doors of this mega church. Right? There are people who are trying to do good things and trying to provide for their community, but their congregation is leaving for the flashiness that is provided by the flamethrowers and the smoke machines that you see Drewski's making fun of here. Like, the pastor can only buy the Bentley because of the money he's extracting from the congregation. I was basically homeless. Churches were the only reason I ate. Yeah. And obviously, like, you know, churches holistically can be better, right? What's the point of a mega church? We must have giant mosques so that we can have places that we can gather and pray together. Mega churches are like spectacles. Yes. You nailed it. Exactly. It's about spectacle. It's about flashiness. It's about how can we take the religion of Christianity and like put it on Times Square. It's not about spirituality at all. Not at all. Again, I think it's antithetical to the tenets of Christianity. But again, because you think of Christianity not only as a religion but as a political force. You have Christianity, the religion, that is like 50 million different sects and denominations, and then you have Christianity as a political force. Mega churches operate as a political hub, right? For like, you know, politicians. Aren't going to go speak at. Most politicians aren't going to go speak at like small community-driven churches, right? Some will. I think Zohar Mamdani did, right? But you'll have the Democrats and Republicans. They'll go to like the big mega churches. They'll go to the space with like the most people at because they want the eyeballs on them. They serve as a political purpose, right? And I think that like at the very least, once you start serving a political purpose to launder like Republican, Republican politicians' reputations, you lose it from me, you know? Jordan gave a great sermon at the local church. I wish I could remember what it was called. Then we used to hit up AMEs with Woke 1.0. Yeah. There are so many denominations of Christianity as there are Christians. It's extremely fragmented and inconsistent global religion, especially with American taken into account. Yeah, to be fair, it's not just a Christianity thing. That's all religion. It's kind of the function of religion. A lot of people posting about how they stuck on the church because their pastor didn't mention Charlie Kirk after he was killed. I mean, I did not see that, but that's not entirely surprising. But anyway, so I want to show you my the mega churches that I used to go to when I was a youngin for I think like 2 years before we stopped going for a number of different reasons. We'll start with we'll start with this. Yeah. This was in 2013, like a year after we stopped going. Sean lore drop. Technically, it's not a lore drop. I talked about this before. Most charitable religious organizations I've seen in my life are mosques. I mean, you will see religious entities of all denominations and faiths that are good and bad, right? Christianity is hyper visible in this country because it's just the predominant religion, and it serves a role in governance, right? So you'll see a lot more of the negative than you will of the positive of Christianity, just because it's so invasive in the structures of government. You feel me? But there are churches that do good work, right? Again, like back in my area, this is a negative aspect of a church in my area, but there's a church in my area that, in conjunction with the mosque across the street, came together like every Wednesday and did like community service and mutual aid, right? There's a church in my area that, or not my area, but a church that I saw a few years ago that bought up the debt of the entire congregation and burned it so that nobody in the congregation had any more medical debt. Like there are good things that exist and that do happen from churches, but by and large, it's not the mega churches. You won't see like Joel Osteen's church doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? You just won't. It's the community spaces, right? And it's not even the function of it being a religious institution. It's a function of it being a community space. It's a function of it being a place where the community comes together and protects people, in the community. And for good religious institutions, churches included, it shouldn't just extend to the walls of the church. It should extend to people outside of the church in the community as well, right? Not because you want to evangelize, not because you want to convert people, but because it's the right thing to do by the tenets of the religion. For-profit institutions like megachurches versus a community-driven regular church, yeah, and they exist, right? But they're just not talked about as much because they're not as large. Mr. Beast doesn't burn debt because people won't be desperate enough to buy a chocolate bar. It's true. Oh, but this is a church that we used to go to a while ago. North Carolina church wanted only white people as greeters. Freedom House Church did not seem all that free this weekend. Makita Pennycook, the church executive pastor of operations, sent an email to church volunteers asking that only white people greet worshipers at church services. The email said that leaders anticipated an increased number of visitors in the coming weeks and that first impressions matter. The church wanted the best of the best at the front doors. An outraged church member received the email and sent it to local news station WBTV. The controversy is complicated because Penny Cook is a black woman. I don't think that makes it complicated. While senior pastors Troy and Penny Maxwell are white. Nonetheless, the church's request is hard to misinterpret. We're continuing the work to bring our racial demographic pendulum back to middle line, Penny Cook wrote. This is kind of funny because I think we were going to the church a little bit before this time. So there's a good chance that they saw our faces and they were like, ugh, too many Negroes, bro. Too many black people we're attracting. We need to get back to we need to get back to moderate. We need to get back to moderate. We would rather have less greeters in the front door if it means that the few that we have will represent us the best. It's like, I have no words. Freedom House, a diverse church, I mean, not anymore apparently, in North Carolina, in North Charlotte, has already apologized for the incident. The email was sent out by one of our longtime pastors in an attempt to empathize that our greeting team reflected the racial diversity of our entire congregation. A church spokesperson wrote in a statement to WBTV. However, she admitted it was a mistake of overemphasizing any group and sending an apology email within 24 hours of the original email going out. Yada 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 yada. That's not important. I mean, this is a full apology. But this is one of the instances. One of the instances that happened, but there's multiple instances that happened with Freedom House. Like, hold on, where's it at? Where's it at? Ooh, there's another one? I do think it's crazy that they made the black woman send it out to cover themselves. It didn't even work though. Right-wing extremist Charlotte church pastors donate thousands of dollars, provide a home for Mark Robinson hate. They defended Mark Robinson. Oh my goodness, these people suck. For someone who considers himself a man of God, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson sure has a strange way of showing your love and acceptance and love for others. Whether it's attacking members of the LGBTQ plus community, lashing out against abortions despite paying for one himself, saying that women can't be leaders, or being anti-Semitic and Islamophobic. What makes this behavior even more strange is that awful things he said were spoken inside churches. There's a particular church that Robinson and his policies and that loves Robinson and supports his policies and hateful rhetoric. Freedom House Church, an influential evangelical church in Charlotte. The reason why Freedom House Church is so eager to associate with Robinson is that the lead pastor and the co-founder of the church, Penny and Troy Maxwell, share many of the same hateful beliefs, according to an investigation into the pair by Queen City Nerve. Oh, this is the one I have open as well, which we'll get back to as well. Yada 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 yada. In addition to the Charlotte churches, there's also Freedom House Lodge, which is a mountain campus retreat for the church's strongman movement. According to City Nerd, church leaders don shirts with the slogan "Make Men Men Again," and believe the lodge will be a place for life change for the men of our church. They also have Freedom Academy, a private, biblically based environment where lessons are rooted in right-wing political ideology. I didn't know about any of this. And it keeps going. Okay, bro, that's insane. This place, okay, I can get the point. This place is terrible. But they did oppose mask mandates too. What happens when all the men come back realizing they're gay? They inevitably leave the church, I guess. They oppose mask mandates, saying our lawyers are ready. Man, this place sucked. I will say, they did have good cinnamon rolls, though. They did indeed have good cinnamon rolls. But this was the exact kind of church that Drewski was talking about, except this one is more of a black-centered, black-focused mega church. Freedom House was firmly a white, like Christian rock church, like strum, Jesus, strum, 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 stuff like that. They like Christian rock. But yeah, and I'm hungry. Should got food. But let's get to what I actually want to talk about today. Thank you for that, Drewski. What's the newest beef in America? Hold on. Where's that? Where's that? I'm trying to find it. Oh, okay, there's a few things I want to talk about. Apparently, there's something with Mythic Talent. That was a Charlie made a video on what? Oh, yes. I okay. We have the same brain. I literally just found that on my bookmarks. There's this. Does somebody have a link to the Channel 5 video from Nick Shirley? Charlie's still not talking about ice, huh? Honestly, that doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me is, I mean, we'll check and see. I also want to talk about Atrioc today. Gosh. Atrioc Nick Shirley situation got worse. This is our. I'm gonna start this.
Do I really have
video with an object?
I was talking about my favorite Atrioc approved YouTuber Nick Shirley. Indeed, indubitably. Atrioc got any responsibility for his actions? No, I don't believe so. Unless I missed something. But I did see a post that popped up on my. I got a notification for it on my phone. Apparently on Reddit. His subreddit video on the expose. Atrioc is partially responsible for the Minneapolis situation. I don't know if I ever seen a white boy who defends that. I mean, I wouldn't say he's responsible, but he definitely got duped, and he worked to also legitimize it. Here, let me see if I can find it. See if I can find a post I was looking for. So you did apparently talk about Renee Good, but it wasn't exactly the cause because it was going to happen, but he gave Trump a reason to expedite the violence. No, I will definitely say that Nick Shirley is 100% at least partially responsible. Like 100%. You can draw a direct line from Nick Shirley's video to Renee Good being murdered. But we'll get to Nick Shirley in a second. First, I want to start with this. This is a post I got recommended to me on Reddit, which I was like, interesting. You know, they worked with the Republican Party, Minneapolis to get it boosted. I didn't know about that. That makes sense. So this thing pinged my phone to get it recommended to me, and this person said per Atriarch, really good journalism, and it had 500 upvotes. I was like, that's crazy. So I watched the video, and I never take these lying anti-American demons' words for anything. And then like the comments are like kind of a, fighting back and forth. Because I think at this point now, a lot of Atriarch's fans, or maybe even just Hassan fans who are just going to Atriarch's subreddit for some reason to dunk on him, are like, people are getting around to like, okay, maybe Atriarch was, maybe in the wrong a little bit for boosting this video from Nick Shirley. Right? So this person says, I think, he got duped. And this person says, then he should say so, whether it be an edit of the original video, something in the description, a comment, a single sentence, or anything. And then anyone who raises the critique in good faith can move on. It's that simple. Yeah. But when I said it, people yelled at me. Because I'm a black man who's coming at their white liberal influencer or whatever. You know what I mean? When I said, hey, he should address this and apologize because it's him giving credence and co-signing this piece of racist propaganda, it was fine with Atriarch's audience until a white woman was killed because of it. Then they're like, oh, maybe it is too far. Right? When the victims were like Somali parents in childcare facilities, they were like, well, Atriarch may have a point a little bit when it was a piece of good journalism, but now that it caused ICE to occupy the streets of Minneapolis and cause a white woman to be murdered in her car, completely unjustifiably, ICE agent, now people were like, maybe Atriarch shouting out this video with Nick Shirley taking credit for that happening in the first place, maybe that was a bad, not good thing. Yes, like, please address that he didn't have the full picture. I agree he should say something, especially with the aftermath. Yeah. Which maybe he had. Maybe he did say something. I don't know. Maybe in this video.
Listen, let's
I don't see how you can defend this. He acknowledged that maybe I was wrong about Nick Shirley. You know what I mean? Maybe I was incorrect about shouting out this video in this line of logic that happened. It was a new Rockstar video. I'm curious about this as well.
I'm back outside the office.
We're just protected at best. He doesn't care if he affects others negatively. But then, like, why do people take him seriously if that's the case? You know what I mean? Because you have to acknowledge that Nick Shirley, right? Nick Shirley only got to the point that he got to, right? Not just with conservative, backing. That was most of it. But also liberals kind of being like, well, it's happening to Somalis and not to us, like the white people. And they do make a good case. It does seem like there's a lot of fraud happening, so maybe his reporting is kind of fine, right? Liberals' neutrality causes what happens later on to happen. I know I'm talking about Keith Porter, a black man who was killed by ICE, but everyone is talking about Renee Good. As we should, but people need to understand black and brown people have been getting this treatment for decades. Yeah. I think the part of the problem with the Keith Porter situation, if I am remembering correctly, is I think that like they don't see him as like the perfect victim like they see for Renee Good, because he like shot into the ground. Sorry, shot into the air during New Year's. So like they're like, oh well, he had a gun and he's not like a perfect victim, so maybe he kind of deserved it. But Renee Good, my beautiful white woman, she did nothing. She never deserved it, kind of thing. If we're talking about the same situation, right? But this was kind of the overarching sentiment with HRX subreddit. It's not just HRX getting it wrong; it's also a majority of his audience defending his take because all of the left content creators called him out. Yes. That too. But now they're getting around to coming back to like maybe these people had a correct position. But again, my HROC video was my most disliked video I think of all time. And I said exactly what the commenters here are saying. Right? It has 69% likes. I think Elliot just shot the video. That's basically this. Black people have been saying for decades, this could be anyone. Yeah. So like, but now they're coming around to it because they see how far it's gone. So I should post a video there for more chaos. Honestly, there's like 60 posts about this situation. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody talked about it there. I don't know, but I wouldn't be entirely surprised. Right, but this person says, it sucks that HRX got this so wrong. This kid is a complete dumbass. His response completely missed what the problem was. He just crashed out about people not commenting on his overall take of the video instead of addressing the fact that he showed the video with basically no indication that it was spectacularly wrong. He kind of implied that it was at least largely correct. Exactly. This is exactly what I said in my video. And this got people so mad. They're like, why don't you talk about his full take and watch the full video about the fraud? I'm like, no, that's not the point. The point is that he co-signed this piece of racist propaganda with zero critical thinking, right? Zero critical analysis. And then people came into my comment section being like, I like HROC. And it kind of sounds like your only problem with this video is that he only talked about the video positively with zero critical pushback. And I'm like, yes, that is my problem. They're like, well, you didn't talk about his entire take, so you're wrong, actually. But now we have a like direct evidence of like this guy being a complete moron. This is and this is why we're gonna get to this video as well. This is what HROC was shouting out. This is the Channel 5 interview with Nick Shirley.
Of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video.
Oh my
JD
goodness,
Vance.
He can't talk literally at all. Not in a like he stutters kind of way, but like he just cannot formulate words. Right? Is it a Utah thing? I don't think it's a Utah thing, actually. I know people from Utah who don't have this this problem. It's a homeschool thing. He's not even homeschooled, chat. He went to high school. We looked this up.
He shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later.
Honestly, I think that's going to be the only time that I do mention that, because I genuinely think that there could be something that we're missing, and I don't want to be accidentally ableist. I'm not making a meme or making a joke or whatever, but like there genuinely there could be something there, and I don't want to like dunk on something that he like legitimately cannot control, right? Because outside of how he's speaking, the content of his video is bad, and he is dumb despite the way he talks. Right? I lied. I will do it one more time when we get to the benevolent situation, the benevolent word, because that was something I saw on Twitter, and I was just like, I can't, I can't. So I'll bring it up again then. Because Andrew was like, "Who is the most benevolent billionaire?" He's like, "What do you mean by benevolent?" Benevolent. I'm like, and it's not even like the fact like how he talks, but it's just like he didn't know what the word benevolent meant. It's like, dog, you're wearing a shirt that's like making fun of the fact that like Somali people can't spell or whatever with a quality leering center. You are not the person to be making this critique. I'm sorry. You can't. You cannot make this critique. He's trying to dunk on like, oh, see these dumb Somali people, they can't even spell, they don't know English. And he's like, what do you mean by benevolent? I'm sorry. If he wasn't making the shirt, maybe I wouldn't joke on him so much. But like, are you don't look at his shoes? What shoes are you wearing? Is he wearing?
Frankly, every account on X, she reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars.
Also, he's like breathing heavily through his words. Am I tripping on that as well? Isn't benevolence a common church word? I mean, it's a word in the English language. It is used in the church, but like it's a word, you know? Could be the mic. It's not the mic. It's happened during his interview with CNN as well.
To these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there.
What do you mean it's not legal? What does he mean by that? Is he going to expand on the fact that like having a learning center operating from 2 to 10 is not legal? What does he mean by that? Look at his laces. Oh, are those like the like the no tie? Yes. Okay, I think we might be being ableist. I'm not joking.
At 11 o'clock in the morning.
Like, I'm not even being mean. Like I do think we're being. Since Velcro is a thing of the past, it is a thing of the past. No comment. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're watching Nick Shirley talk about his stupid thing. Like, so if he has a speech impediment, he might.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.
Allegedly.
But
what do you mean allegedly? That was on the door when he went there. What does he mean allegedly? It's like perchance. You can't just say perchance. You can't just say allegedly. So your name is Nick Shirley, allegedly. What do you mean allegedly?
It is true. Would it have? And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out?
Oh my goodness, he's so dumb. I went to see the children. Me as a grown man went to see the kids. And I tried to peer into the windows and I couldn't see any children. Where are all the children at? Where's the bathroom where the children change at? You know? Like, I'm just asking for journalistic purposes. You're a sicko. You're sick. You are a sick man. You are sick.
Why is there no phone number?
I think it's able to say this guy shouldn't be a thought leader. I mean, I agree, right? We can mention these things, but I'm not gonna like. You can do what you want to do. I'm not going to harp on whether or not he has like some sort of disability, because I don't think it's necessarily truly pertinent to the story, right? And it feels wrong for me to do that, right? So I'm not going to do that, right? I will acknowledge that he shouldn't be a thought leader, right? And him being dumb, like him saying this, I will acknowledge that, but I'm not going to like harp too far on the superficial stuff, if that makes sense. I bet money he did whippets or he lost brain cells. Not even like the fact that his mom drives him around and the fact that he like needs her to like answer questions for him and the way that he's talking now. I don't think it was like he lost brain cells kind of thing. Is my perspective. You know? Why is she letting him do this then? Because she doesn't really care about him, or this is successful for him. You know, why would she step in? I wouldn't be surprised if she's like off camera right now, right? Like off on the side, being like, "Go into that one, sweetie." You know what I mean?
Explodia.
We're gonna skip past that section. Actually, I think that she's like, she might just agree with him. No, she does, right? But like, I think that she's like kind of like holding his hand through this entire endeavor. He's not like being an adult, doing adult stuff like Tyler Oliveira. This is where he differs from Tyler Oliveira. I think Tyler Oliveira is like, you know, a person who is cloud obsessed, who is going out doing these things on his own, right? I think he was like, "Mommy, I want to be a YouTuber." She was like, "Okay, Sonny, let's get you a camera. You know, I'll buy you the Meta glasses. Don't worry," that kind of thing. You know, I think she's like a dance mom, but for conservative media. Like, isn't she trying to be a MAGA influencer or something? I can see that. I don't know about the MAGA influencer part, but I can see that she's like a dance mom, but for conservative media. Tyler is a self-aware grift. Nick is like genuinely lost in the sauce. Yeah.
Not. Why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on or it just seems unfamiliar.
Yeah, you walk up to this door like this. This is why he's not an investigative journalist, Atrioc. This is why it's not a good piece of investigative journalism, Atrioc. And this is not even inherently a wrong thing to do. Like, going to like, you know, try to like enroll a kid in is not an inherently wrong thing to do if you do it actually in a way that's like, you know, investigative and journalistic, right? You get like, you work at a you know, in an institution, at an outlet, you walk up, right? Maybe with your kid as like a decoy, be like, hey, you know, you have like a hidden like button camera. You're like, hey, I want to enroll this kid. You show up when they're open, and you go through the process to see, can you actually enroll a kid, right? He didn't do any of that. He showed up when they were closed with 4 to 5 dudes with cameras, right? Trying to open the doors, and they're surprised when he didn't get let in. That's not journalism. That's not journalism. He didn't do journalism. What other way is there to say that? Think ICE cracked on targeting this community? As a parent, I'd be pissed if they were let in, to be honest. Yeah. I want to enroll my kid when a place is not open. It's like, again, it's like going to Chick-fil-A at like 1 a.m. and being like, I thought this place sold chicken. Right? I tried to go at 1 a.m. and they were closed. They must be selling cat toes or something. And then you make a video being like, Chick-fil-A sells cat toes. Like, why are all the lights off in this restaurant? Like, dog, you went at 1 a.m.
Like, they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child there for 8 years.
Like, if they're operating legally, why would you have anything to fear? Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
If you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they move the building and they cut open a door on the back.
The picture from 2021, right, was assumedly taken probably in 2020. What can you imagine happened in 2020, right? That also took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That would cause a business in the city to board itself up. You know? I don't know, maybe there were massive protests that were happening or something alongside COVID that caused for a lot of businesses to also be boarded up at the time. There's like a number of different reasons, like 5 different reasons why, if in 2020, at the heels of massive protests, where everything is shut down and there's a pandemic happening, why possibly would a business be boarded up? I have no idea. Must be fraud.
Backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post
Is he looking? If he is, throw him in jail. The local pedophile who's been staking out this daycare facility. The local pedophile who's been staking out this daycare facility says there's been no children at this one. So it must be fake. What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? He's like Manusso's writing down frequencies, but for children? Okay, we're not comparing Manusso's to the local pedophile. Leave my goat out of this.
my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went.
Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say? I did not understand him at all.
My video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break.
Oh, well, Nick, you went during the winter break. Okay, I got it.
Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after.
Maybe they have different daycare hours. I don't know. Maybe it's like all conservatism is just like looking at things as they exist in society and being like, that must be nefarious. You know? That must be nefarious. That's it.
After the video,
yeah,
then
to the worst possible conclusion.
Goes viral and gets over 100 million views. They have a person come out and he says, "No, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open." At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the commissioner of children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I film my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
The way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Right? Children's files did not contain all required items. The violations imply that there are kids there and going there. So you can't simultaneously laud the look, it has 90 violations. That's why he never said what the violations are for. But also, there are just no kids there. It's fraud.
That put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
So are you saying that are you conceding that there are kids? Are you saying that there are kids there? Or are you saying that there are no kids and it's fraud? It can't be both, Nick. It's either the violations are incorrect and the violations are fraudulent and wrong because there are no kids there, or there are kids there and I don't know, you went when they were closed, right? You went when they were closed, and that's it.
Seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center,
Explodia, I think for the tier 1,
saying that they were
Charlie, I think for the prime as well.
After the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago, was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video, the one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month?
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type of deal happening?
For sure.
And the agenda is
just
just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
So what do you think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit. And if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having...
That's what that means, Nick. No, I don't have a distrust of the government. I just don't trust the government 100%. That means you have that's what distrust means.
Faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country? Every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Do you ever hear about the Amy?
Okay, there was a lot in there was a lot in there. There was a lot going on in there. He lost me the last part. Well, how do we feel when the government is paying millions of dollars to daycare when individual citizens are paying $70,000 a year to daycare? Is that what he said?
Are paying upwards of $7, knowing that there are daycares. And then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Well, okay, a few things. One, that's private daycare. And then there's a choice for $70,000 for private daycare. But two, they shouldn't be paying that either. That should be free. It should be free. It shouldn't cost anything. What are we talking about here? Yes, the government should be paying those daycares millions of dollars as well, so that they can, do daycare for their kids. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's wild. You know what I do think is wild? That I don't have enough subs. That's right, chat. If you don't want to see ads, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads literally right now if you don't subscribe. 1 sub and I don't run any ads. A single sub. We are 1 sub away from 1K if you don't look too closely. I just said, what do you mean? Well, 1 more sub. So while I wait for you, I'm going to go and I'll go see where they get the sub, okay.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to join DS
Big Belly for Prime. Much appreciated. I need to open up lock the doors. My door is locked. I have to unlock my door so I can let the dog in.
B1 Belly just subscribed.
Come here. Down. Down. Sit.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
Yo. Visney Yankers. Thank you for the 2 months. And a hype train isn't coming. Hello, Nix. She's on the floor right now. She's not allowed to be on the bed anymore because she peed. Hype train chat locked. The doors are locked. The doors are locked until a hype train starts. You're not leaving here until lock the doors. Bring the baskets to the front. You're not leaving until the hype train starts. There are 100 people here. There's 100 people in the online. If all of you gift 1 sub, we can reach the goal of 1K. Yeah, this goes for the mods too. Mods, you've already paid. You're already subbed, but I'm gonna need an extra sub from you too. Monty, you think for the gift of sub? Much appreciated. I'm tapped out. I'm sorry. Listen, I don't want to do it to you, chat, but if I have to start taking sponsorships again, I will. We're gonna be playing freaking Star Trek, the mobile game or whatever it is. We're gonna be doing that. If I don't get my subs. So I'm saving up for the new yacht. Yes, and the Bentley back there. Bentley for Jesus. Great Shadow Legends next time. They haven't offered me any money. We can either do what are the sponsors that I have right now? We can do Blue Protocol for an hour or Star Trek Fleet Command for 3 hours. Momentai. Thank you for the prime. Blue Protocol the MMO? I think so. I was getting to Twitch heaven until the sub count goes up. True.
19 just subscribed.
True, we dropped below 1,600. Chat, we can't be having that. What do you mean we? Oh, I can play that. Blue Protocol goes, all right, you should be able to use that hour in just the character creator. Yeah. I will say they're still lowballing me because, and this is what I hate not being covered under a management agency, is that I can't get like what I'm worth for sponsorships because I get lowballed either through Twitch's bounty board or I get lowballed through like Stream Elements or whatever. King Henry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Send a counter offer? That's not how that works. Unfortunate. I don't have a manager, so I don't have a relationship with these companies. I do it either through Twitch or through Stream Elements, or actually, I think Streamlabs also has sponsorships that I can do. I don't use Streamlabs, but ask nicely for more money. There's literally no way for me to do that. Let's see, sponsorships. Or we can do HelloFresh. We do HelloFresh. That's not bad actually. That's $750 base pay. We can do Logitech's keyboard or Logitech mouse. They're $650 each. It's not terrible. Not terrible. If you do a stream, does it double it? No, it does not. HelloFresh will not lose my number no matter how hard I try. I mean, most places aren't going to cater to monetary demands unless you got 30,000 people and some bitch every day. That's not true at all, actually. It's just more about like, do you have those established relationships? Right, you can negotiate with the 100-something viewers to 1,000 viewers. You just need to have that relationship to be able to negotiate. You have to also know who to reach out to, and I don't. I don't know. I'm about to start spamming people's LinkedIn and be like, "Yo, I'm a Twitch streamer. You want to sponsor me?" It could be very below of you to get the Baku revenue. Email engagement specialists, yeah. Creator coordinators, stuff like that.
Ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023,
Yo,
as far as like COVID,
subs. All right, did somebody subscribe on YouTube? That was the YouTube subscription noise. I heard it. Did he say white lady? Yes, he said the white lady. Wait, it happened again. Wait. Did somebody post my video in the HRX subreddit? Whenever I get subscription, it's happened again. Am I tripping? Okay, what is going on? What is happening? What is that noise? Do y'all hear it or is it just me? I don't hear it. It's coming from Stream Elements. It's coming from Stream Elements. For the subs, I think. Hold on. Dashboard. Not dashboard. Bro, how do I get back editor? Yes, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, what is that noise? It's because of the subs were pinging through Stream Elements as well as through my regular OBS. Anyway, so I may be taking either a HelloFresh. See, they want 2 hours. 2 hours for $750. It's about $375 per stream. Or 2 hours in one stream for $650. Honestly, I think that's better. Because it's the same 2 hours. I make $100 less, but I only have to do one stream instead of two separate streams. All right, I'll do some work. I'll do some looking, some digging. Anyway, let's get back to this. Thank you for all the sub chat. Level 4 hype train.
I live like a capitalist.
Puerto Rican
every
being social
single
thing
day.
for 28 months. My mom helps me tie my shoes and I make video.
Puerto Rican
Nick Shirley,
vegan
is that you?
socialist just subscribed.
Era, scamming and different types of fraud. There's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019.
Israeli. I think I heard that as well, but like, there's not really an alternative, unfortunately.
26, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen. Billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his real.
It makes you feel better. If I get covered under a management company, I won't have to use Stream Elements anymore anyway. So that's the goal.
Election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I cannot hear this man talk. Dog, it's a single sentence. He can't get through a single sentence, bro.
For the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions.
One breath.
Of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream.
Two breaths.
Media attack me instantaneously after.
3 breaths.
I exposed $100 million.
4 breaths.
In fraud. Why would they not go investigate?
Those 4 breaths in like 1.5 sentences. Hey, Nixie. Hey, girly. Hey. Hey. How you doing? Okay, don't lick my face, please. What can I do for you, doggy? Okay. Want to go out? Come on. I'll let you back outside. Rah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good. Good. Just kidding. Get rolled. LOL. He needs to breathe in the middle of sentences. It might help him concentrate. I get that. Maybe I should try that sometimes. Maybe I'll stop my stuttering.
The fraud. Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate.
Goodness, I can't. I'm sorry. It's so distracting. It's so distracting.
We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram, and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who's given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And
who is that?
You don't know
and
who
that's public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up?
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple
He keeps saying that they're straight from the Capitol. That's not what journalism is. He's like, so you fact checked this. You looked at this person. He's like, the numbers are straight from the Capitol. And then he also says it's public information, but like, public where? Why do you need an anonymous source if the information is public? That's a good point, Chatter.
Days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided
even the GOP is just clout hungry.
YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. Mm-hmm. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out.
Wait, so you were working with the... Okay. What is he talking about? So you were working with them. How is that false then? I'm so confused.
And she works inside the government, so she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about fraud. Fraud's been taking place for years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes.
Oh my goodness, I can't. Okay, one more time, please.
Week leaves.
Is that means a liar? No, two truths can be can exist. He's both dumb and a liar. He's a dumb liar. He's obviously not smart.
for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone.
He's also extrapolating. Like, obviously, dealing with logic with this person is impossible. But he's like, even if every single thing that he showed was fraudulent in his video, he's extrapolating the entirety of the governmental budget for childcare and healthcare as being fraud. That's where he gets the $1 billion figure from. I don't think he's dumb. He's just good at lying and deflecting. No, he is. He's dumb. He's dumb. There's just no way to spin this. He's 100% dumb. He's not good at lying nor deflecting. He's an idiot. He's a liar, but he's also an idiot. He's stupid. And that gets proven later on in the video. Right, but he's extrapolating the fraud that he found with like all childcare in Minnesota being fraudulent. You understand that playing up people's fears is a moneymaker? I also disagree with that. I think his mom probably understands it. He is not himself proven that he is smart enough to craft the piece of propaganda that he did. But we do know that his mom is very closely involved with the operation. Right, so there's a good chance that he's just being used as a front man, right, to push his narrative.
Fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, you know, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, you know, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their business.
You're saying too many words for him. Andrew, you gotta slow it down a little bit.
For them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from the DNC.
Through like a paid influencer.
That's not necessarily true, but.
Program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist.
Yeah, because you're not a journalist. Well, to be fair, H-Rock gave you that one. To be entirely fair, H-Rock gave him that one. H-Rock did call him a journalist.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah. When I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that
why is Andrew? Why are you like trying to identify with Nick Shirley? Do you think Andrew is like is a little bit jaded that he got like called out and canceled by like left wing sources? It's like he's like, you know what? Maybe I should be a centrist. Which I was told he was a leftist. Yeah, I thought he was a leftist.
We have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry. That's why they hate us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views, then they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video. Yeah, it's going to make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to Amfest, so was I.
Oh,
I was
they
going
know
to
each
interview
other. Okay. Okay, Andrew. All right, Andrew.
people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time. It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit, just moving around and doing your videos, and so I was like stoked to see you. It was great meeting you the first time.
I remember
That's
I
what's
first
up.
saw you, and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like,
This is the Glaze session of the podcast?
you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do
Yeah,
those
you
interviews.
actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information, then ghosted me right after.
Truth. That
Started just like, oh, I'm fun. I
get to church.
But we yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no Bible.
Wait, hold on.
Gospel prophet.
Is he Mormon?
Us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
Okay,
So
yeah,
just
he's
Savior,
Mormon.
he's no. No.
Rethinking.
Our true kids here at BYU actually ISIS doesn't tempt me.
Become a content machine.
No.
It's kind of what you're doing.
Okay, I just
Well,
want
that's just who
it was confirmed.
I am. If
you had
would I be
seniors.
able,
Not everybody from Utah is a Mormon. Okay, that's not necessarily the case.
referring to being on time and all that stuff.
He is. Just most people.
And
I'm talking about the sheer.
No, I don't care
I'd say
about
my
his
brothers.
Mormonism. Honestly, I care about the propaganda.
Those videos.
I don't care about like his normal life at all. I just see Nick Shirley attempt the Jake Paul era. I couldn't care less.
Very awesome because I on the top A. That guy out of the favela.
Deceased rapper YBC Duel.
Yes, I did.
I don't care about this.
The English can make a difference. And I was in a Spanish mission thing for our trip.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there. That's board. People are always
the one
like set it in swing states, fill the big cities. Oh.
So you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, like, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Fill the swing states, fill the big cities. We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump's doing so far this term?
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election. Right now, you're not seeing illegal migrants come into the country. Me and you both did videos at the Lukeville border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in years, as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them rely on the government, not giving them...
Wait, so he went to talk to people who are trying to willingly enter the country, and he's like, yeah, they're being trafficked. They're being trafficked in. How do you deal with people like this? You know what I mean? He went to talk to people at the border, and they're like, dog, we're just trying to get into the country. And these armed thugs are trying to like point guns at us whenever we try to cross the border. And he's just like, yeah, trafficking. That's what's happening here. Okay.
And working visas, putting them inside of shelters, busing them all around the country. Families are separated.
Wait, Greg Abbott did that. He's saying fill out swing states, fill out big cities in response to Andrew bringing up how Greg Abbott literally trafficked migrants into New York City, by the way. Oh, okay. So pre-watch? What do you mean pre-watch? Like that's what happened.
Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them to leave their houses in Colombia.
Well, I just know history. I saw it happen.
Leave their house in Ecuador and then come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel?
This is me confronting a group of Venezuelan migrants who are potentially dangerous gang members of the gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought life would be good, and they end up getting put inside the shelter and became essentially slaves to the system in a way, where they're relying on the state to give them money, they're relying on the state for housing, they're relying on the state.
Yeah, almost because like we treat undocumented citizens or undocumented immigrants as second-class citizens, and if we just, make them citizens of this country, they could get jobs and they could buy houses and they can actually engage with society in a meaningful way.
State to give them a work permit to be able to work. Like, that's not right. That's pretty mean if you ask me.
Well, I suppose the reason they hopped the border in the first place because the immigration system is so backed up, right?
Well, yeah, there's major issues with immigration here inside the United States, but you just can't walk into the country and think that you're going to be treated just like
a human,
buying, tax-paying citizen.
Mm-hmm. Who was filming most of your stuff back then?
Me, myself, and then I also bring my mom with me. Definitely. She's like a producer on the channel, kind of.
So
told you.
They're coming right now because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I want.
Okay, I see where you get this from. She said they're coming right now because there's an opportunity to come, and they're taking that opportunity to come here. I see where he gets it from. Maybe it is a Utah thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see where he gets it from. To abolish homeschooling. I don't even think he was homeschooled. I think he went to high school. Then we looked that up. But honestly, maybe it would make sense if they were, you know, family of skilled orators. No, I don't know this guy went to high school. I'm pretty sure he went to like Franklin High School or something. Sorry, Farmington High School. He went to actual high school. 2020 high school, 2020 Farmington High School grad, works hard on YouTube stardom. He gave an interview with the local outlet in Utah about doing YouTube. He didn't go to college, apparently. Like, you know, I think we can see that part, but like.
Well, from crashing a celebrity wedding to pulling off unusual and crazy stunts, one graduate from the class of 2020 has definitely made his time in high school unforgettable.
Yeah, new specialist Tanya D.
High school class of 2020. He's a year younger than I am. I graduated high school class of 2019. We're the same age. Don't say old. That's a normal time to graduate.
Is profiling the Farmington High grad who documented those crazy stunts all through high school.
Yours is going to be the end of us. Hey, leave me out of this.
Nick, I do like YouTube videos, like vlogs, all sort of stuff.
You might not know who Nick Shirley is yet, but one day you will.
I started as a sophomore, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna like.
He started as a sophomore. He was homeschooled. All right, I can admit when I was wrong. He was homeschooled. He was partially homeschooled. So we were both right.
By storm.
Ever since he was a sophomore at Farmington High, he's made one video or vlog per week. His very first one was running a marathon with no training.
People think they need to train 5 months for this. Nope. You just gotta be active and hit him with the salt.
Since then, he's done a lot. Like taking his mom to prom during quarantine and doing a special
I'll run it back.
Since then, he's done a lot. Like taking his mom to prom during quarantine and doing a special feature on his grandma. She's 83 and can still do the splits.
Grandma!
I just came to watch you play some football.
This is basketball, Grandma.
Nick even snuck into the wedding of YouTube star Jake Paul.
Congrats, Jake. Congrats, Jake.
That stunt netted him thousands of followers.
Oh, that was like the greatest feeling ever, like getting that type of content. I just knew it was going to be successful.
Nick shoots all the video himself. He also spends hours and hours editing. So far, he's up to 80 vlogs and 7,000 followers on his YouTube channel. His mom couldn't be more proud, but occasionally there's content.
Wait, how many followers? Sorry, 70,000?
Mom, he's up to 80 vlogs and 7,000 followers on his YouTube.
7,000? That's not even a lot. I guess keep at it, maybe. I guess. They pay for this news story? No, chat. It's Utah. 7,000 is viral in Utah. Okay. It's Utah. So it's probably like, man, we've never seen anybody have such stardom. And it's like he has like 12 Instagram followers. Times were slow during COVID, I guess.
Channel. His mom couldn't be more proud, but occasionally there's content she doesn't approve of.
Favorite one of all time, though, is when I flew to New York without telling my parents when I was 16.
People wonder, are you crazy? But he just does what he does, and that's what makes him Nick.
But despite all Nick's crazy antics, he also uses his vlogs for good.
No, you can have it.
Like the time he raised money to give 2 of his teachers a big bonus. Nick isn't just a kid who makes videos. He's also a football player, a track star, a great student who even got an academic scholarship, and most importantly, a hard worker. And while you might not know who Nick Shirley is now, one day you will.
He's got a bright future. Look out for Nick Shirley. This isn't the end.
In
Is
Farmington.
that not like illegal? I don't know. I'm not gonna chastise him for giving his teachers money, Rob. I just, you know what I mean. That's like I feel like there's real stuff you can yell at Nick Shirley for, but like these teachers deserve a little bit of a bonus. That's like the one good thing that he's actually done. You know, if they have to deal with him, they probably deserve that money. You not go to college? We got an academic scholarship apparently.
KSL 5 News.
The teachers that were gonna fail him. That's so funny. Anyway, that's Nick Shirley. Yeah, let's continue with the Channel 5.
The producer on the channel, kind of.
So they're coming.
Was that his mom? Wait, run it back.
In Farmington, Tanya Dean, KSL 5 News.
I don't know. Maybe that's normal in like Mormon relationships. It's his prom date. It's his prom date. Folgers. He stuck a little bow on her. You're my present this year. You're my present this year. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was so funny. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. What a callback. That's so funny. This is why you have to watch my streams every day, because like you might get it, but like you wouldn't really get it unless you were here last stream.
The Black says she's my African princess.
Right now, because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to show, because all of America, we just sit at home and watch this on our TV and get angry with it. And we wanted to show like what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcaster here.
Did she have a hand in your decision to really like start taking things more seriously as far as political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in like anything I thought politically. But as you know, during Like 2020, for instance, I couldn't, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized. And so there was no incentive to actually create political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody. And so you couldn't really make those videos. And then when I did get back from that mission, I could then make videos on politics, and the censorship kind of got lifted because of Elon Musk buying X. People hate on Elon Musk, but they don't understand
how does that affect YouTube? What? I couldn't make political content on YouTube because it would get demonetized, but then Elon Musk bought X, and then bada bing, bada boom, free speech was back. Comedy's legal now.
Like what he actually did by buying X. Because of him, you're actually able to post stuff on YouTube and not have to worry about being censored or worry about not being able to get the video monetized.
Yeah.
If you can't get your video monetized, you can't make your videos. And so I think what Elon did really did.
I mean, you could, but
it changed the shape of our society. Because then you also saw other platforms like Rumble follow, Facebook, they lifted their censorship, YouTube lifted their censorship. So without Elon Musk, none of that would have been possible.
Was there a part of you that was wondering why the Trump administration and various allies promoted your expose so hard when they did?
I think it hit the heart of every American being able to see that their money that they pay for taxes is going to fraud. People like to talk about how our money is going to other countries or how it's being used wrongfully, but people can't actually see it with their eyes. And that was one of the first videos ever where people could see that people were abusing the system and taking dollars from the United States citizens, and they're actually not operating a business.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th.
Yeah.
Which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well. But I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet, is you just post and see what happens. Every week I've been uploading video. To me, that was just gonna be like another YouTube upload. Like I didn't know that it was gonna be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
Hey, what's up guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here from the new mobile editing studio. And I-10-wide fraud is a serious issue. Defrauding people is bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass to figure out what the frick is going on. But before most people get the raw facts and data, the narrative is already being shaped. By who, you might ask? Both sides of the mainstream media. And to be honest with you guys, nobody is immune to algorithm-driven political hypnosis. So before we put boots on the ground, we like to get informed. Using what, you might ask? Ground news. Ground news is it turns out let media only care real Trump claim and it all you see figure out and pushing. So when you're to scanning out.
Well,
I thought you know, maybe he's gonna add a little bit of context into the you know, into what he's showing here about Nick Shirley's story about it being like, you know, holistically incorrect. Do a little bit of pushback. It was just like, nope, let me just both sides this real quick.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also an American who doesn't know any Somalis. Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota by Somalians? Yeah, and why have...
That's not true. That's not true. Even what Andrew showed on the screen, it said for this very specific investigation that was happening, right? That was being litigated. For that investigation, 81% of the entities committing fraud were owned by Somalis. It doesn't mean 81% of all fraud happening in Minnesota is from Somalis. That's not what that means. I don't expect them to know any better.
Apartment complexes and locations inside of Minnesota, white people have been pushed out.
White people?
I'm sorry. He's doing white genocide. I can't. He's saying that white people have been pushed out of apartment complexes in Minnesota? Okay, please. Please, just sure. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Inside these apartment complexes, you will not find a white person living inside of Cedar Riverside, for instance.
Where'd they go?
They got pushed out.
Like to low-income areas?
They got pushed out of, I don't know where they went, but they're not there. Cedar Riverside was originally housing for the College of Minnesota. There's a bar there called Palmer's Bar. It used to be a staple for Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag. Flag of Minnesota, Tim Walz said their other flag was racist. And he called people like me white supremacist for talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way the, I guess, liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized the reporting?
They're defending fraud. I'm showing people what's happening. I showed it exactly how it is, as it is. And now they're defending fraud. Even if one of these businesses is operating, why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycares ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars?
He's like, okay, well, even if there's no fraud happening, these Somalians are taking up all of our money. Why are you, an American, okay with these Somalians taking up all of our money? The goalpost has shifted even further. Now he's like, okay, but like this money should be going to American, like to like real, red-blooded white Americans. You know what I mean? He's like, you're an American and your tax dollars are going to fund these Somalis. How dare you? What are we talking about? These are American citizens. These are American business owners who are running businesses in America that are getting government grants and funding to run the business. Honestly, Elon Musk and Tesla getting U.S. funding is worse than these daycares, these Somali-run daycares getting funding. He's barely an American himself. And honestly, I think we should denaturalize him and him only, and send him back to South Africa. Let him make him go. They have equal right. Keep South Africa out of this? No, y'all did this to us. You must take Elon Musk back and take his stupid father too.
And out of that population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million. You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Somalis.
Yes. Why isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians?
He knows that Somalis are black, right? Little bit's gonna maul you for that comment. Hey. Send him to South Africa. I stand by that. I just don't want to see him anymore. Oh, hurt my chesticles.
Why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares inside of Minneapolis? There's white people, there's
He's so stupid, bro. He's so stupid.
Mexicans, there's Asians, there's everybody inside Minnesota. In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child?
Here's my child. See, I don't want, he's like, see, I don't want the Somali children. I want these other kids. Why are no other kids coming out, and why are they not showing me other kids? Like, he went to a Somali community. And he's like, why are there no white kids at this daycare? It's like going to an HBCU being like, why are there only black people here? That's weird to me. There's not a single white person here at this HBCU. You went to the HBCU. You went to a community that is predominantly,
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Somali,
I live as
and you're like,
okay? I live when I believe.
I don't like that. Where are all the white people at?
Support our money going overseas to Israel either.
Like, you don't see me going to the Cheesecake Factory and being like, where are all the black people? Because we know that cheesecake. I would be in the wrong if I did that. I say this, but Cheesecake Factory is fine. It's okay. Sorry, what do you say about Israel?
No, this daycare is legit. Here's my child. I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either. I don't support our money funding Ukraine. But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People don't understand that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
People have doxed me. There's death threats. I have 24/7 security right now because of how crazy people are mad at me for exposing fraud.
What are some of these?
Fraud. Oh my goodness, bro. If it makes me feel better, chat. If you watch this and you get upset, right? He did go to Israel. You are correct. Right? But if you watch this and you get upset, just know that this person has like maximum 10 years to live. Right? Like, once his mommy turns around to like tie his shoes over here, he's going to wander into the traffic. And the problem would solve itself.
Just subscribe.
If you, this is how I just don't get mad at this, right? If you're just like, how can this person exist as a piece of, as a propagandist? It won't last long. I promise. And the shoes they don't have laces. Yeah, but the other shoes that he has that have laces that he can't tie. You know, and he's thinking for the 4 months. Much appreciated.
These death threats, like, what do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench.
Why April 27th? That's an interesting... What's happening on April 27th?
Person openly said,
if his mom didn't drive him everywhere, the kid would 100% pump the gas with the car on. Yeah.
TikTok, Nick Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against...
You want to try that one again? You want to try that one more time? I'm sorry.
Nick Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against...
It's supremacist. Nick. The term is supremacist. You know what? It's supremacist. He's right. Nick Shirley can't be wrong. Yeah, far right authorization. Oh, you're so right. He's just Aiden Ross. He's Mormon Aiden Ross. That's it. Chat, would you rather hear from Nick Shirley or Aiden Ross? If you can choose one person to not hear from anymore, who would it be? Both. Aiden Ross. Aaron Ross. Hassan. Nick Shirley, to be honest. I'm still firmly in the camp that the Nick Shirley problem will solve itself. I would pick Aiden Ross. That's my take. That's my take. Oh, I knew the answer to this as well. Anybody who saw the Deadpool stuff would have told you that he's all of the roles. And honestly, That's a cool thing. I like it. Shirley has institutional backing. Aiden's already washed. Is Wash already only alive because of crypto gambling? Yeah, but we only say that because Aiden Ross's time has already passed. You know what I mean? I don't think Nick Shirley is long for the conservative think tank media apparatus. Personally. Like, we were still firmly within like a month from his video dropping. I think Nick Shirley would last longer than you hope. No, I don't think so. I don't. Genuinely. I think his legacy will last. I think you'll see other people, smarter people, pick up where he left off, accusing other entities of fraud, and you'll see like Cam Higbee do their own like, oh, this daycare in Miami is fraudulent or whatever. He's deeply embedded as a new right-wing voice. No, I don't think so. I think he's laid the groundwork for somebody smarter than him to come. I don't think he'll have another hit video like this. I don't think he's capable of it. That's it. I think he tripped and found gold. I don't. I think that there will be people who will do other stuff like Nick Shirley and pick up where he left off that will actually be more relevant. The next Nick Shirley is the person you need to worry about. The person who can take Nick Shirley's formula and actually meaningfully, apply it consistently. That's the person you need to worry about. I don't think we need to worry about like Nick Shirley specifically because he's not smart enough to actually be able to do propaganda Tyler Oliveira. Tyler Oliveira is scarier than Nick Shirley is, personally. You may be underestimating the right's ability to elevate morons like this. No, I'm not. I think you are short-sighted. Right? Nick Shirley himself is not the problem. Right? It's about what Nick Shirley represents and what he built that can be applied further. Right? He's not smart enough to be in front of cameras like this. The more time that he speaks in front of cameras, the more regular everyday citizens, right, who engage with the fraud discourse are like, okay, maybe this guy's a little bit stupid. You know what I mean? And so they will usher him out and they'll usher in somebody else to be like the guy who can actually speak to and capture those attentions, capture that attention from that person, like in a real meaningful way. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see in 3 months if like Nick Shirley is still going to be a household name. I don't think so. I don't. Think of how many of these usable rubes the admins are gone through already. Some stick around, but they don't have any clout compared to their prime. Exactly. And Nick Shirley will be another one of those things. Right? Even if he was smart and actually could do propaganda, he would fall off eventually. Take Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not like stupid. Not like Nick Shirley stupid. Ben Shapiro is a propagandist, and he's a good propagandist. But he's been abandoned because he couldn't flow with the times of actually being against Israel when most of the population is, right? But also, too, because like he's just outlived his usefulness. Right? And Nick Shirley is not as intelligent as Ben Shapiro is. And so I don't think he's able to adapt in a way that Ben Shapiro did for as long as he did. And so I think that he's going to eventually fall out of favor because his usefulness will run out. Ben Shapiro was around for so long, though. Yes, that's only because he was smart. You know? Nick Shirley doesn't even have that. 3 months is April 17th. What did you know? Also, wasn't it April 27th or something? Wasn't it? For sure it was that.
Against fraud. I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy and messed up?
Yeah, I just think everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance. Meanwhile, they call people like me
Who said that?
fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call me.
Well, yeah, that can still be true though.
A fascist. Meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady, she came.
They call me a fascist, but meanwhile they won't. Yes, if you are a fascist, them not letting you speak is consistency.
Came up to me.
D.D. Jones with the 29 months. It's crazy.
She took her shirt off, started jumping all over me, and she said, "Say Black Lives Matter. Say Black Lives Matter." I said, "All lives matter." She said, "Get out of here, white boy." Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Black lives matter. My life matters too. No, it doesn't.
Well, I think it was probably, it hits a little different now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just can't fathom how people can side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets deported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOT. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels.
I'm sorry, he's still running All Lives Matter. Chat, he's running All Lives Matter in 2026 and you're telling me that he's going to have longevity in the movement? Like, conservatives have moved on past All Lives Matter. They're done with that. Have you seen Bates Motel? I haven't. He went to CCOT? Yes, he did go to CCOT. I'm pretty sure Andrew has specifically talked a lot what's wrong with All Lives Matter. And he touched on it a little bit here. But like, he's not a good enough propagandist for them to actually, for him to actually have longevity. You're correct, fascist Grift knows he's stupid, and that's why the American Experiment made by David Zimmer tag along for the propaganda exercise. Yeah. Because like, again, if it was just him, it wouldn't be anything.
These caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm gonna join one of the I'm gonna join a caravan. Like, I'm gonna join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to go join a caravan.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy idea to. He was used to film it. He did try to, like, you know, walk that back a little bit, being like, I didn't know who that person was, and he was immediately proven incorrect. But yeah, he worked directly with the GOP. They gave him the information of like this information, and he's the face of it. I'm sorry, I saw this thumbnail and I thought it was the I am a surgeon guy. Did you see the I am a surgeon Japanese dub?
I can guess anything about me.
It is?
We're solid. We love each other.
Sorry, I gave it back.
I want you to second guess anything about me. We are solid. We love each other. You are my whole world. You are my whole world. You always have been. Hug me, damn it. Come on. This is silly. Mother! You're gonna get this out of your head. Don't ever let anyone's words come between us. They're meaningless. This is the only thing that's...
This is not that far off from what happened in that video. You're my present now.
You and me.
No, I am a sturgeon. I've never watched Bates Motel. That's the good doctor. Is the good doctor. He looks just like Nick. A little bit. Anyway, we'll get to Deadpool in a second.
Go join a caravan.
No, that's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to go to El Salvador. I'm gonna go speak to people. I'm gonna find a caravan. And I'm gonna go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no, we don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like, we're thriving. I had to change my plan to make a video about how one country actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah, I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man, is like, on that note, how do you think I could like build more?
I'm sorry. Him having a contest to get him to CCOT is, I don't know. It screams like Jackson Hinkle fed kind of thing, you know? Like, what do you mean that he, like, Nick Shirley has the it factor to get him a connect to get him into CCOT? I don't believe that.
Credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go.
Don't be afraid to say, what are Somalians known for? When you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based on a stereotype or if it's
not.
not.
You know what they're known for. You said it.
What,
Pirates. I mean, so you're scared.
I'm not scared. I just want to I'd have to go and talk to them. I'm not scared. I don't want to go out and say things
No, Andrew, be racist. Right? They're all pirates. You can't be scared. You're scared of being racist right now.
People, if I don't know the community, I gotta go to the restaurants.
But I asked you the question, what are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips. I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers?
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking, how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia is
And the fact is, what are Somalians
Captain
known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
I
know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. I thought that was
You wouldn't download a daycare.
Messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened.
Oh, now he's doing the snowflake thing. Like, I think it's really messed up that you didn't say that Charlie Kirk being murdered was a bad thing. Dog, Andrew, you're gonna let him dog walk you like this? You're gonna let him dog walk you like this?
Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened. And I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so that is a lot of their audience. But when me and you are 50, 60 years old, do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to operate at the scale that they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know they have more than 1,000 employees, and it took one person to expose $110 million in fraud in Minnesota, and then when he does expose it,
100. Okay, I'm done. Just answering. Bro, there's an hour, so 30 minutes left, bro. Ugh. Do I have to watch this? Are we getting anything out of this? I don't know. This does feel like a CIA torture video. This also is boring. He's like Andrew's not even doing journalism. He's just like kicking it on a podcast, you know? This isn't an interview. This is a glaze session, essentially.
They investigate the person who exposed the fraud versus investigating the fraud taking place.
Nobody has. Hassan couldn't even finish. Did Hassan try to watch this yesterday? Yeah. Damn, Hassan didn't finish it. Did he get this far? Did I get further than Hassan? No, you got further? Yes, I win. Okay, we're cutting it. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear. Turned it off about 30 minutes ago. Did you Jarvis a new video about gambling and prediction market? No, you can send it though. I'm curious. There's also this Rockstar video. But that's my take on the Nick Shirley stuff. And this is the person that H-Rock said was doing good journalism. By the way, I just want to point that out, and I'm not gonna let y'all forget it. I am not going to let y'all forget it. Hassan also brought that up. Stop. No, he didn't. Get out of my head, bro. Which makes H-Rock just as dumb. Honestly, it makes H-Rock a little bit dumber.
Hello and welcome.
Right? Because at the very least, Nick Shirley's a propagandist. Like, if you fell for this, like, I'm sorry. Which, again, I still stand by. I don't think you watched it. You see the North Carolina Republican who posted a disgusting meme of Renee Good and George Floyd. Have you seen my Twitter? Honestly, I think H-Rock did not watch the video, and I think he's too ashamed to admit that he didn't watch the video, and so he's just doubled down. I don't got Twitter. Oh, yes, I did. We looked at it yesterday, and I made a tweet about it. I think I ratioed him as well. I did. Probably watched like the first 10 seconds. I think he watched some clips. I think he watched some clips and he assumed that it was about the actual fraud investigation that's taking place and not a different thing. Do you think we should have more interviews like this with a little pushback on the audience's side, or should they push back in the moment? The second one, the latter. You should not let propagandists do propaganda to let the audience decide, because propaganda is specifically made to convince the audience of an untruth. Yeah, he's lying here when he says 89% of Somalis commit fraud in Minnesota. He's a liar. And you should call that into question, right? And say that's not true. Or that's a mischaracterization. And if you're not equipped enough to do that in the moment, you shouldn't take the interview. I don't think that's crazy. But yeah. Oh, I also want to see the Charlie video about the this one.
Yeah, I'm in a bucket hat.
Yo, he's in a bucket hat. Cool bucket hat. I like bucket hats. I wish I had one, but I don't. And he didn't push back on any of his BS numbers for shame. I mean, he had a prior relationship, so that makes sense. The Extra Emily reality show that was sponsored by LSF. I don't know if it was sponsored by, it was promoted by LSF. I saw Zach post about it. $1 Million Fan. A show promoted by LSF along with several creators from Mythic Talent. Always at the scene of the crime sometimes. This is the talent agency that represents Asmongold. Right? I wish they weren't. I would be down to be covered under Mythic Talent. Maybe not after this. But the DMs are open for creators. That could be me, chat. You can see me next to Asmongold and Tech Twins. I think Tech Twins got dropped. Like Asmon's part owner. You could be huge. I could be huge.
Yeah, I'm in a bucket hat. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Now, a buddy of mine just sent me something that I can promise you no one's having fun with except for the people that were paid to promote it. It is called $1 Million Fan, It is a show which is pitching a $20 million prize pool for what seems to be a load of horseradish. And in case you were wondering, yes, that is an AI mansion on their front page of... In case you were wondering, yes, that...
There's a clip of Knut showing what the creators were pitched. Here, we'll watch the video first, then we'll get to this. I think this is actually an important lesson. Actually, you know, I do want to talk about this. This is an important lesson about creators actually standing for something. Because I think creators oftentimes just see $ next to like an offer, and they're like, yeah, I'll do this. I'll attach my entire name and brand. And too often do we separate the creators themselves who willingly participate in doing stuff like this, right? From the actual, they're like, oh, well, maybe they didn't know, maybe they didn't have the entire, all the information. Like, I'm not as large as these other streamers are, right? But I frequently, right, turn down and decide not to take some sponsorships because it's a company that is against my moral worldview. That's why you're never going to see me take a BetterHelp sponsorship. You know what I mean? Was it Star Trek? I mean, Star Trek is not necessarily against my worldview, unfortunately. Or fortunately. I think you would change your stance when you see the info. It looks like Mythic misled their clients purposefully. Maybe. I don't think I'll change my take or my point. I think my point would still stand. It's just a question of whether or not that applies to this situation. My point still stands. Creators oftentimes just sign their name next to the dotted line when they see you're getting this amount of money, as opposed to actually looking into what they are putting their name and attaching their name to. You know? But again, I don't know anything about this, so give me 1 second while I order my food real quick. Because I am hungry. Get a salad? I can't get a salad. It's not salad time yet. Maybe I'll wait for a salad. I'll wait for salad time to come.
That is an AI mansion on their front page of this contest. At least from everything I can tell, it's an AI-generated mansion, which immediately should let you know that you're dealing with some high-quality content here. No reason not to trust that. I can't believe anybody would be pitched this and actually think it's legitimate. Like, it takes...
I found another one. But this one is fine and better because I don't have to pay any extra money for this one. It's done through my Amazon account, technically. Also, I have no food here, so either that or I starve.
It takes 3 seconds of looking on their website to smell the poop. It is unbelievably foul. Like, there is no world where this happens. To put in perspective that prize number, $20 million, that is significantly more than Mr. Beast's Amazon show and would make it by far the highest grand prize pool in any kind of like reality game show history.
The only time I can see that maybe that's the case is if there was like, it was a decrementing prize pool. Like the first person, like the first place prize was like 10 million. Second place prize was 5 million. Third place prize was like 2.5 million. And then decremented down all the way to like the 100,000th place person got like $100 or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe then, right? Maybe then that would have been like it would have been reasonable. But like it's still a lot of freaking money.
Pretty much, all for what I believe to be terrible concept for a show as well about streamers' fans submitting clips. And then, I guess, going to a mansion or something. I'm still a little confused because the information they offer is just fucking nonsensical. Like, I feel like I have to be on Fint to even begin to process the words that I'm reading and what is supposed to be a contest. So I want to go through this. I want to really get into the weeds here because this is mind-bogglingly stupid. This is a special kind of scam that I just can't even picture someone falling for. Yet, some streamers have publicly promoted it. I'm assuming they were paid to do so by their talent agency who was approached by whoever's behind the $1 Million Fan Show to do this. So I imagine some people buy into it, which I can't wrap my noodle around that. This is like the Fire Festival of streamer shows, but even more outrageously fucking dumb. They have a streamers section here, and I'm guessing they were all paid to endorse.
Okay. Is it wrong for me to say that it seems like the Boatset sisters are always at the scene of the crime? Is that crazy? Whether it's this or it's like something related to like Saudi Arabia or something, they're just like they're just always there. It's a meme at this point. I went to Stanford and is friends with every crypto tech bro ever. Fill out a few felonies. Come on. Come on now. To be fair, I think that like if this is a scam, then the creators are protected from it because they're just the faces of not from like the perspective of colloquially or the marketplace of ideas, the internet. But like if anything, it'll be like the management company that's held accountable first if it's like actually like being like a scam. The other 5 creators are all signed by Mythic Talent.
This, and I know in Extra Emily's case, she just had a statement on her stream after her community was letting her know that they believe she had just promoted a scam to them with hawking $1 Million Fan Club. So we'll go over her statement here towards the end of the video. Checking in on the About Us section offers more questions than answers. It's so fucking useless here. You get about as much lore here as you do for the old Urgot League of Legends write-up where it basically just said Urgot has a dark and mysterious past. So $1 Million Fan is a high-stakes reality television competition built around one simple idea. The fans deserve a seat at the table. Created at the intersection of modern creator culture and large-scale unscripted entertainment, $1 Million Fan brings everyday fans face-to-face with the creators they support, competing together in real-world challenges for life-changing prizes. This is not a meet and greet, and it's not passive fandom. It's participation, pressure, and performance. This feels
Why does it feel AI generated?
Like it's an AI-generated about.
Okay. All right.
About Us section. Each season pairs selected fans with major online creators in a fully produced
season. They're planning multiple seasons. I hate it when shows do that. All right. You don't even know if your season's doing well. Only thing that I hate more than showrunners waiting until a season finishes on a cliffhanger to then even propose a second season is people who promise 4 to 5 seasons and then it gets canceled after season 1, right? And it's still a cliffhanger. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting angry irrationally for no reason. I feel for folks involved without talent agents, but talent agents should definitely know better. I think everyone involved does have talent agents. Am I wrong?
Competition environment, contestants are tested physically, mentally, and strategically across a series of escalating challenges designed to reward adaptability, teamwork, and resilience. The result is a show that feels authentic, unpredictable, and genuinely earned. $1 Million Fan is produced with the same standards as top-tier television professional crews, rigorous safety protocols, transparent rules, and a clear
just
separation.
Tell us what's going to happen, right? Say it's going to be a 10-episode series where each episode is going to follow 5 fans, 7 fans, 1 from each fandom of each of these streamers, randomly selected to fly out to LA. You know, say stuff like that. This is like very like high level concept that you pitch, that you pitch to people, your investors and stuff. Like, what is the nitty gritty? What's happening?
Between entertainment and fair competition, no purchase is required to apply or enter. Fan participation pathways are designed to be accessible, compliant, and audience first. At its core, $1 Million Fan exists to redefine the relationship between creators and their communities. Fans are no longer just viewers, they are competitors. Creators are no longer just personalities, they are teammates. Every moment is rooted in real stakes, real people, and real outcomes. This is reality television built for the internet generation, bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible.
I tried to let her in, but she was sleeping.
first place. So who the fuck are you, by the way? Centered on the people who reality television built for the internet generation, bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. So who the fuck are you, by the way? This is the About Us section, but you've only told us, like, I guess the elevator pitch on the show. Who is putting this on? Where is the $20 million coming from? Who is the professional?
They had apparently enough money to pay creators. You know what I think it was, chat? If it's Mythic Talent, do you know what I think it was? It might have been Steak. Or it was a complete scam. It might have been like two people who were like, yo, let's pitch this idea to this company and get, like, you know, and I guess do a rug pull, maybe? I don't know. It might have been Steak. Steak might have pitched it, and I was a mod at LSF before the takeover last year. I've been warning people for a year that the head of the mod is the biggest scammer alive. You were an LSF mod? I know we had LSF mods here. To be fair, I never thought the LSF mods were real people. But you got out at a good time, chatter. Now your subredditors getting called out. Elvin Clip, can you show the pitch for the extra got? We're finishing this video first.
Television crew here working on this. Like, this is not providing any actual information about the team behind $1 Million Fan. That should immediately raise some red flags that they're not front-facing with who is even putting this on in the first place or where this prize purse is coming from. Their About Us section is fundamentally just like a high schooler that's cramming for a summer reading book report where they're trying to meet the word count. This should immediately be raising red flags and have you asking some questions like, why are they not being more forward with who is behind this? Is it the fucking Rockefellers? Like, whose identity are they protecting? The Elusive Man or something from Mass Effect? Like, where is this coming from? Who is putting this on and who is putting this together? This About Us section is nothing but meaningless fluff gobbledygook that doesn't actually answer anything or provide any real valuable information about this production and who's responsible for it. And then when you go further to their partners section, they have like a couple of brands listed here. Their 3 listed affiliates are Malwarebytes, Hide Me, and then that mystery affiliate in the middle there is StubHub. Have to click on it to find that information out. I was a little nervous that I was about to have my fucking identity stolen or something, clicking on a random image from a sketchy website that links me to something outside of it. And their Proud Partners section actually had me laugh out loud, audibly giggling, not just blowing air out of my nose. I literally laughed a hearty ho 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 like Santa Claus when I saw Livestream Fail is listed as a proud partner of $1 Million Fan. And so I went to Livestream Fail, and they actually even had...
I use Malwarebytes. I used to like Malwarebytes until they started spamming me with freaking, do you want to save 50% off of premium by signing up right now? I'm like, no, I think not. So I'm at the point where if Windows Defenders doesn't catch it, and I'm stupid enough to download a virus, I deserve it, you know? That's how I feel. If I'm downloading something and Windows Defender doesn't catch it, I deserve whatever I get.
Had a big post announcing this to try and get people to sign up for it. So I guess they're like an official partner of $1 Million Fan. And I was reading the comments from like one of the mods there that was talking about it, and it seems like he's completely fucking clueless on what's even going on in regards to this whole thing. So I don't exactly understand their role in this, or like who's pulling the strings there, the puppet master at LSF that's partnering with $1 Million Fan, but the mods don't even seem to be on the same page there and don't have any real answers. Then going to IRL buffs is like going to a barren wasteland. This whole website is completely empty.
What is happening? What is going on?
Squidward going to that room to be all alone. This feels like it's a prototype that was thrown together in like a handful of minutes just for the sole sake of existing on the $1 Million Show site.
Scans all up and down, but like to what end though? Because they somehow was able to get Mythic Talent to get their streamers to sign on to this, so it has to be legitimate to some degree. Like there has to be somebody behind this that built the pitch, sent it to a reputable talent agency, right? Got on meetings to the point where they got some of the biggest streamers on the platform. You know what I mean? So somebody's behind this, but like, to what end? Was it just a prank? I personally think Mythic was involved. I agree. I think it is Mythic themselves. I think it's Mythic themselves. Honestly, this does not sound dissimilar to something that OTK would have done themselves. And OTK and Mythic are not like completely separate entities. They have a lot of overlap. I think it might have been like OTK's last hurrah to try to like do something without the OTK brand, but like that was like an event. I think it's OTK subsidiary according to court documents. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Same owner tips, I think. Well, then that makes sense. I think OTK is involved. And we know OTK has had associations with Stake. I think Stake may have been bankrolling. Actually says she's leaving OTK at the end of the month when her contract is up. You think they were actually trying to do an event or just make money? I don't know. I need to finish the story first. I don't know. It's gonna be Steak or Saudi. It's probably Steak.
I'm pretty sure that's an AI generated image there as well for their products like anti-tilt and aimbot. Like this whole thing.
But why would it need to be AI generated? You could just make that in Photoshop. Not saying that it's not, but like I think it's more likely that they're just like stock images of bottles with photoshopped text on them, as opposed to being AI generated. Mostly because getting that, like as a mock-up. A placeholder. The mail last updated 11/16/25, and only one way back saved today. They only brought the domain over a year. This reeks of something, but I can't tell what it is.
Is extremely sketchy to me. There's like no actual information on this website at all. It is just trash. And then their third listed partner, the VGS Robot Wars or whatever, that doesn't go anywhere. You can click the image, but nothing happens. So when it says coming soon, it literally means coming soon. One of their partners, they're still imagineering right now. They have the concept of a partner.
Which none of this would be entirely crazy, except that they somehow got the Botez sisters, Esven, Canute, Yvonne, Extra Emily, like some of the biggest streamers on the platform. That's the weird part, you know? It had to be legitimate enough that they got these streamers. Like it's that's what's weird. Yvonne being a part is surprising. I think Yvonne is covered under Mythic. Anything involving both sides is a scam. Yeah. Connery's parents got George Santos, anything is possible. Yeah, but Connery's parents was like a legitimate force. Where he was doing Fortnite Fridays before that. Also, Iro Buffs is located outside of the US. Shipping is international for any address in the US. Interesting.
Doesn't actually exist. It's this whole thing. I truly don't know how.
Scam to what end? I don't understand that. That's what I don't get. If it is a scam, to what end?
How anyone could be pitched this and just
wait, is Hightail out? Did it launch? I thought it was a myth.
Say like, oh yeah, I'll put my name on that. Now I ended up making an account, Gilman Tookus. I used
early access. Is it good? I remember seeing it like a decade ago. I was like, oh, that seems interesting. And then it just never launched. They sell non-refundable sweepstakes tickets, so you get viewers to sign up, and then you yoink on the money when it falls apart. But it said there was no purchase required. And it doesn't seem like they were selling any tickets yet. So I'm confused. Maybe, honestly, here's my thoughts. Maybe they were building this entire thing out to be legitimate or look legitimate so they can sell that to actual sponsors. No merge is necessary for one entry, and limited entries can be bought. Oh. Data collection, I can see that as well. There was an image where you bought emote sets. Give you sweepstakes entries. We have a free option because they need to by the law. You could buy unlimited entries. Oh, okay. That's so silly.
There's 10-minute mail. I set up my account, and it seems like there's a lot of monetization here. So you can buy some emote packs, up to $5.50 worth of creator emote packs, which give you 10 entries into the competition. But they do explicitly make...
Okay. It's just a sweepstakes scheme. This isn't new. What is interesting is how they got the streamers to sign up for this. But this is not new. This is a normal sweepstakes scam. That's all it is.
Clear numerous times, no purchase is necessary to enter, but kind of nudging you a little bit to maybe make a couple purchases. But you can't legally require a payment. You can't legally require someone to buy something in order to enter into some shit like this. So that's there to cover their own ass in the eyes of the law, but they do very much try and incentivize you to spend money here for the $1 Million Fan Show. Going to their official rules, I thought for a brief moment I was going to learn more about the sponsor here, but it's talked so vaguely that it sounds like a Destiny 2 raid boss.
Canadian for-profit corporation. $1 Million Fan reality show, One Inc. I love naming my company $1 Million Fan reality show, One Inc. For season 1, yeah, just for season 1. That was definitely going to happen, and there'll be multiple seasons for sure. Why would you need a separate LLC for each season, or a separate incorporated entity for each season? Separate corporation. That's what it was.
The sponsor, $1 Million Fan reality show Inc. Referred to here
reality show One Inc. Charlie, you missed that part.
$1 Million Fan, or the sponsor, is a Canadian for-profit corporation operating as a technology and media company that organizes and promotes sweepstakes events. The sponsor operates sweepstakes and skill-based contest experiences and separately provides application
capital
review and casting evaluation.
This is why I don't think it's AI generated. AI would not have capitalized experiences there. I think somebody wrote this poorly.
Services. Any producer fees are charged solely for administrative and evaluation services and are not entry fees or consideration for chance. Interestingly, they say the sponsor is a Canadian organization, but the domain, when looking it up on Whois, is registered in Iceland. I don't know, it feels a little odd. It felt peculiar. Maybe that's standard business protocol? Not really sure, but just thought it was something
I mean, it is standard to have your domain registered through a registrar, so you don't have to like put your own address in there. But you know, not usually in Iceland. It's usually like Delaware or something, or if it's in Canada, I don't know, freaking British Columbia. I don't freaking know Canadian provinces.
Mentioning. Now I bet you're scratching at your neck wanting more details on how to enter, and don't worry, they have this section here that's nice and convoluted. So, how to enter. A. TV show spots. The TV show selection will offer 2 different methods of entry with a total of 14 show participation spots available.
Okay.
1. Sweepstakes entry, random draw, 7 spots. Participants may enter sweepstakes for a chance to win 1 of 7 show participation spots. Sweepstakes entries are available through 2 methods. Paid entry, donation method. Visit the Experience webpage and follow the donation entry process. Each ...
Bro, there's... Did anybody proofread this? There's 2 periods here.
confirmed donation will provide entries into the sweepstakes with the number of entries determined by the amount donated as indicated on the experience page at the time of donation. Participants may donate multiple times and there's no limit to the number of entries per person. Yippee!
Thank you.
Yeehaw, I can keep giving my money for a better chance at being on this imaginary television show. Then there's method 2.
Wait, it is British Columbia. West Vancouver, British Columbia. I swear I just guessed. This is not my scam chat, I promise.
No donation requirement. Participants may also enter sweepstakes without donating. To do so, visit the Experience webpage and follow the free entry alternative method of entry. Each valid submission will count as one free entry into sweepstakes. Free entries are unlimited. Participants will submit free entry by mail, which I'm sure people can't wait to go by mail for their...
To be entirely fair, this is all sweepstakes. This is not, not saying it's not a scam, but it's not unique to this scale. They make it super, super hard to do a free entry. I've done free entries for by mail before. I mean, they know most people won't do it, and most people will pay. That's the scam of it. Right. So I guess technically it's not a scam. It's more of a scheme. You know? Because they're telling you exactly what's correct about it. What you have to do. But it's the scheme.
Free entry. Then there's also 2, the contest entry. This is judge
by law, like Charlie said. Yeah.
Section, so this is outside of the sweepstakes. In addition to the sweepstakes, 7 show participation spots will be awarded through a skit-based contest. Contest entrants must submit an application and/or participate in the contest process as described in the Experience rules. Winners will be selected by a judging panel based on specific criteria, originality, creativity, skill, or other merit-based factors as outlined in the Experience.
It just seems like a lot to do for what? Just to do a sweepstakes scheme? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. Is the show actually happening? Like, I'm confused.
Rules. Contest entries will be judged by a qualified panel chosen by sponsor using the following weighted criteria: creativity 40%, originality 30%, skill or ability demonstrated 20%, overall impression 10%. The 7 highest scoring entrants will be selected as contest winners. In the event of a tie, sponsor reserves the right to conduct the secondary evaluation. Judges' decisions are final and binding. Now, let's assume that you do enter into this. You waive your right to basically everything, which this is standard. I saw some people calling this out as being like really alarming, but I don't think people ever really read terms and conditions. These kind of protection clauses are always baked into contracts these days. Yeah. Not that I agree with the practice, but this isn't anything super new. This is probably boilerplate shit if I had to guess. So if you read through the entry conditions and release, if you bother to go through and read that, you'll find a lot of legalese that's there to kind of just protect themselves in the event that someone tries to pursue legal action against them. And this is baked into so many terms and conditions these days where companies just throw the kitchen sink in there knowing full well a lot of it's not enforceable, like it's not going to actually stick, but they throw it in there just because why not? They know people aren't going to fucking read it in the first place. And in a lot of cases, it gets overturned. Like, you can't just knowingly scam someone and say, look at the terms and conditions in section 117, you agreed that we could scam you, and if we did, you wouldn't be mad. There'd be no tears and there'd be no legal actions. You agreed, you signed right here by signing up. That doesn't work. So in this case, they're putting these protections in here that read about like how you can't pursue them for any like punitive damages and stuff like that as a way of just trying to protect themselves if in the event that this does end up being a scam, which I do believe that this event will never actually unfold in the way in which it is presented on this website. This whole thing, I think, is just...
I mean, it doesn't require him to take like an actual position on anything, so like, it's decent. He's not wrong about this.
Fucking hogwash. But this section in particular here wasn't like super surprising to me like it was for a lot of other people. I kind of expected that would be somewhere in their website as part of the terms of signing up, especially when you consider that the paid entries are non-refundable.
Do actually hold weight usually. It depends on what you mean by hold weight. Right? Because there are instances where like terms and conditions being signed does not, as he says, does not like mean you can't pursue legal action, because you can't just like knowingly be like, you give us permission to scam you, sign on this dotted line. You know what I mean? It's very much case by case dependent.
Based on the available information I can find, it seems like those are non-refundable. So this being in there is trying to stop someone, like discourage them from coming after them in the event that this doesn't actually happen.
It will be used against them.
Which if you
agree to do the terms and conditions, that's something that is something that their lawyers will argue. But your lawyers can also argue that just because you sign the terms and conditions does not mean that, or if it you can't necessarily sign away yourself into slavery. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it means. Like, you can't be like, okay, I am allowing myself to be enslaved by you for all eternity, right? It doesn't mean that the terms and conditions, because you signed them, mean that they're binding. So that is what an argument that their lawyers will make, and then your lawyer will make against it, and a judge will come to some conclusion to be like, okay, we rule in favor of this person or this person for what reason? You know what I mean? It's why I say it's case by case.
Do get scammed by this, I don't think these terms protect them. I'm not a fucking lawyer, but I don't think it actually would really even do much in that case. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next component of this, which was Extra Emily's response when people were calling it out.
I know it's sus. I know it looks sus, okay? Mythic pitched it to me, and I was like, okay, sounds good, but I just don't want LSF to be part of it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why is there an LSF person? Like they're like and then they're saying like, oh, Emily is backing it up, and I'm like, I just posted it because I had to. Like, I had
to. But I mean, like, I think this is kind of on her a little bit. It's honestly, like, she got pitched something. It had a price tag on it, I assume, and she was just like, sounds good to me. Like, she didn't say, well, let's do a little bit of research. Let me give me a chance to do a little bit of research into this thing that I'm signing myself up for before I sign it. You know what I mean? Like, she had to post it after she signed on to it, but before she signed on to it, she could have checked and been like, hey, let me make sure this is something that I actually want to attach my name to. All too often do streamers see the price tag or the dollar sign, and like their critical thinking goes out the window, because it's like, oh, well, they assume that their management company has what's best for them at the forefront of their mind, and they will take care of them, and they're not signing them up for something like a scam. But streamers do have a level of responsibility to make sure that they are not promoting something that is scamful to their audience. Yeah, I don't think she knew it was a scam. She just heard the payout and said, yeah, and that's not great. Is Mythic a talent company? Yes. They are an agency. So she's not at fault for the scam, right? She's like, obviously, I don't think Extra was at fault or anything. I don't even think it's really a scam. I mean, is the $1 Million Fan Show going to happen as they pitched it? If yes, then it's not a scam. If not, then it is a scam, right? And we won't know until the show happens itself, right? But it is very weird. The sponsors and partners that they have, then nothing really leads me to believe that it will happen the way it's supposed to happen. Maybe it will. If it does, then I will say I was wrong. If they actually do give away $20 million to a fan or something after a season-long game show, I'll admit that I was wrong. But yeah. But I think this is a good show is no longer happening. They scrubbed and deleted everything. I mean, you say no longer happening like it was ever happening in the first place, but yeah, the show is, by all intents and purposes, is not happening. So I'm willing to put it into the box of it being a scam. That's just me, though. I do want to know who started it, though. Right? That's what I'm curious about. Like, who was the person or entity behind pitching the show in the first place? Because somebody put some amount of work into getting it off the ground.
like, okay, I need to tell people about it.
Pardon? What do you mean you only posted about it because you had to? You didn't have to. You could have said no to this when they approached you. She makes it sound like it was an obligation she couldn't avoid. You didn't have to accept the deal. And she even talks about how she like didn't really look into it or anything, just said sounds good off rip. Why? Why?
Exactly. I mean, I hate to be like, I completely agree with Charlie here, but he's saying everything that I've said. I agree with. Yeah. I told you, all too often do streamers just agree to something because they see the dollar sign next to it without actually looking into and this gets people, not even just streamers, content creators holistically. This gets them into trouble. It happens with streamers with BetterHelp. Streamers like progressive, like left-wing streamers having to apologize, be like, sorry guys, I didn't know BetterHelp wasn't good. I didn't know, please forgive me. Like, you could have did your research when they approached you. They approached you and they're like, hey, do you want to have this BetterHelp sponsorship? Like, oh, let me Google this thing that I'm going to sell to my audience real quick. You know, BetterHelp things that are bad. You know, like, you know, the problems with BetterHelp. Be like, oh, BetterHelp has some issues and some problems. Actually, I will have to decline. Thank you. Is it possible that her manager set her up, or she has final say and reviews her own contracts? I would assume if you as a streamer don't have final say, that's also your fault. Why would you sign a contract where you are required to take whatever they bring you? Right? You would never sign that unless, like, if you actually care about like standing up for something like, moralistically. Like, I get a lot of offers in my email chat that I don't take. Not even just like sponsorship offers, just like offers to do stuff, you know, offers for different engagements or interviews or stuff that I'm just like, no, I don't like you people. I do take some stuff, but even stuff that I don't necessarily fully subscribe to, I'll like engage just to see what they have to offer. There's a line for I think many people, including myself, but for most things I just don't agree to them. What kind of stuff? You'll know. Actually, you'll never know. You only know what I take. If a company sponsoring YouTubers, I don't trust that company. No, some companies are fine. Honestly, I'll say this. If you see YouTubers and streamers sponsoring content, by and large, you don't need that. Whatever they're offering, right? You might be able to use it, right? But there are some times that I will, like for example, NordVPN. I signed up for NordVPN a few years ago because it was the only VPN company that I knew of before I knew about Proton. And so I went back and I was like, what favorite YouTubers that I had that's sponsored by NordVPN? And so I went back to find Drew Gooden's old content sponsored by NordVPN, and I clicked on his link to support him. Because like if I'm going to use it anyway, I'm going to do it and support a creator because I get like a 50% off or whatever, and they get a a commission from that. But if I'm not going to use it, then like I just don't, you know. Tailscale or WireGuard. I like Proton. Proton works. Ow, that's my freaking back. Proton sponsor win whenever they want. Honestly, I like Proton. Displayed in Raycon are all right. Yeah, I've heard things about both. Was that your back? Yes. Hold on. Oh no, sorry, that was my chair. My back did crack a little bit, but that was my chair. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yeah, let's continue. Rakai kind of sucks. I don't know about Display. I think Display is okay. I don't know if it's worth it for the amount you're paying for. I don't know. I don't have Display. I would be curious to get Display. My background is empty, you know? A Display can go like right there. Like a Dragon Ball display right above my bed. The ladies love that, you know? Not like I have any ladies over. Not like I have any ladies over or anything.
Why wouldn't you even bother to take like a single peep at it? Especially when they're approaching you about a $20 million contest that uses your fans and you as like the face of it. That is inconceivable to me. And then she's like really surprised.
I have to agree with him. I have to agree with Charlie here. He's correct.
That the LSF team that, or I guess it's just like one person maybe on the LSF mod squad that posted that statement, she's surprised that they're saying she's backing it up. She's like, why would they even think I'm backing it up? Because you are. You are. You promoted it. That is you backing it up. You are on their website. What do you like? I don't understand why that's not like registering.
But then the LSF guy's like, oh yeah, Extra Emily totally like backs it. I'm like, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, okay? So I don't know what's happening, but for now, just like put this like put on the side, okay? So I will give.
I will still say, I don't think legally she can say that. Most contract that you sign with companies, right, stipulate you can't like tell your audience, hey guys, don't use this product. I'm only doing it for the money. So depending on what contract she signed, it might not be legal for her to say that as well. But I don't know. If it's a scam anyway, you know, get your bag and move on. You feel me? Like, do what you gotta do. Because if it's a scam, like you already getting paid. So no reason to like, you know, litigate that.
Get more information on it and then let you guys know. So yeah, but I promise I'm like not trying to scam you guys. I apologize, I didn't do more research beforehand, but I'm gonna have them do more research.
And then she'll keep them updated on all of that. Again, they are saying you're backing it up because you did promote it. You were on their website as one of the streamers that you can go in and be part of the fan sweepstakes for. The images that I put there of like the emote packages on my Gilman Tookus account, I did that through Extra Emily's portal on $1 Million Fan.
Ooh.
So they are saying she's backing it up because she agreed to this promotion. Now, do I believe Extra Emily was in...
Hey, Nixie. Sorry, I need to find where's my blanket at? It's cold. Hold on, one more time. Good girl. Also, yes, Mythic did sign Legal Mindset.
Intentionally trying to scam her fans for a paycheck here? No. But as she said, she didn't do any research on it. And it doesn't, she's using the word research like this would have been some kind of Herculean undertaking in order to get down into the, you know, the bare bones of it, the truth of the matter, when it actually would have just taken maybe 4 seconds of just typing in $milliondollarfan.show and looking at the website. You are literally greeted with an AI generated mansion. Like, it doesn't take much effort to have been pitched this and been like, all right, let me just check it out real quick before I say yes, and be like, oh.
Wait, they dropped him? All I know is that I didn't see that they dropped him because they said, wait, hold on. I'm gonna read that message because it confused me. Mythic also signed Legal Mindset, and then he made a video on how Asmin needs to impregnate a Korean girl, and then they dropped him. What? Is that video still up? That seems like content.
Yep, this is fucking nonsense. This is Barnacles. Again, I don't think she's a bad person who did this maliciously or anything, but this was so easily avoidable. And she's like surprised LSF is involved. LSF is on their website, proudly presented. Again, if she even just went to their website once, she would have seen that. She would have known. It's very clear she didn't even bother to type in the name of what she was about to endorse, which is why I believe this was probably some kind of paid promotion. I'm assuming Mythic approached her with this $1 million fan show pitch, as well as like what they're paying for the integration, and she just said yes to it without like a second thought, really. That's my guess. Now, I also want to yap about how surprised I am that her agency, like her management team, Mythic, would even bring this to her in the first place. Like, why did they would even serve this up on the plate to the streamers to begin with? I feel like
it's probably a lot of money. My question is, did Emily get paid out? The only way I can see this happening is if whoever put this on pitched this for a lot of money to Mythic or Mythic themselves, right? They then pitched this for a lot of money to streamers. Can you show the pitch as $3,000 plus 15% of the sale? That feels like not even that much money for. Okay, 15% of the sales is a lot of money, but $3,000 is like pennies for Extra Emily for an activation. That's like not a lot of money at all.
Agency shouldn't have even entertained this $1 million fan show pipe dream. There is no real information available on anyone even associated with this show that's apparently going to be on television based on their entry rules. It's going to be like a big budget reality TV show program somehow, somewhere with a professional crew, this and that. This is a multi-million-dollar production.
That's right. That's true. That's fair.
Like, based on everything they're talking about in their About Us section, this sounds like this would be like an $80 million like produced show with a $20 million prize pool, which is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. And yet there's no real information available on it. I don't see why Mythic would even take this offer and present it to the streamers with so little available on it. This feels like a very fraudulent show that is now being put out to streamers here as a potential endorsement. So I'm surprised that Mythic even served it to them to begin with. But again, I think it was so easily avoidable for the streamers that are listed here to just like type in that show, like look at it for even a second and be like, yeah, this is fucking garbage. This isn't real. I'm just surprised that it's at this point now where there are potential victims here. There are potential fans of Extra Emily or the Botez sisters or S-Fan or someone that maybe saw this with their name on it and been like, oh, this sounds incredible. $20 million? I'll do a free entry. I'll do a submission here. Well, actually, maybe I'll do a paid entry, get the emote package to support the creators too, and give me some more entries for a better chance of competing in it. And like, it's sad. It's just fucking sad. Because again, I don't think this is real at all. I feel like there's very few people out there that would go to that website and walk away with a positive impression that this is something on the horizon. It doesn't seem feasible at all. Would love to be proven wrong though, I suppose. I guess we'll see. Anyway, I had to yap about this. That's really about it. See ya.
So that's the Charlie video. Where is it supposed to air? No idea. Let's see what Canoe has to say. Legal Mindset tweet. Okay, where's the information that he was dropped? I haven't seen like any information that he was dropped. said it was a legit streaming service, but refused to name it because of an NDA. I'm sorry, she signed an NDA for this. And at no point was she like, let me just make sure this is a real company first. She may have deleted the video at this point, just seeing a bunch of tweets referencing it. Is he still on their website? Kick for sure. No, if it's a legit streaming service, it wouldn't be Kick.
Obviously, you can't type in, because this is the pitch you have. Chai is doing this for views, obviously. You can't type in, because this is the pitch you have. This is what Extra Heavily got. Is that even worse than Knut? Amazon reality show comes in from that. From there. You don't expect it to have its own.
Interesting. Again, no questioning, like, let me just, does anybody else not just Google? I'm thinking like 4 sponsorships. It's not that hard to just Google a company before you take the sponsorship.
On homepage.
When we check, this is a coordinated phishing attempt, but
it
this
doesn't
is
say
coming
anything
from
here
Mythic.
about.
And so does Mythic not have anybody to like second check to check these things?
Viewers having to pay to join. That suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That isn't something she promotes. She probably got sent this link by a viewer, because no one told that. First of all, she's not told that live stream fails is going to be a part of it.
The agency isn't embedding the insured tie agency, the insured pimp. Yeah. But either part of it or they're so incompetent, no streamer should sign with them. Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy. Also, this is not a pitch. I'm sorry, this is a pitch. This is not a contract. You know what I mean? So like, I'm sure actually got sent something like this. But if she signed an NDA, she got sent a physical, like an actual, not physical, but like an actual legitimate contract that either she didn't read through, right? Because that contract would have, I guess, not if it's through your management agency. I don't know how that would work. Do you have to sign a contract for each activation you do through your management agency? I don't know. Because your agency can technically sign on your behalf. The mindset isn't on the roster on their site. I found a Reddit post suggesting he got dropped around the same time Mizkif from 3 months ago, which would be 2 months before the video I sent in the tweet. That's insane. But here's her talking about it again.
Search stuff. I know it's sus. I know it looks sus. Okay. Mythic pitched it to me, and I was like, okay. Sounds good, but I just don't want LSF to be part of it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why is there an LSF person? Like they're like using, and they're saying like, oh, Emily is backing it up, and I'm like, I just posted it because I had to. Like, I had to be like, okay, I need to tell people about it. But then the LSF guy's like, oh yeah, Extra Emily totally like backs it. I'm like, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so I don't know what's happening, but for now, just like. Put this put on the side, okay? So I will get more information on it and then let you guys know. So yeah, but I promise I'm like not trying to scam you guys. I apologize, I didn't do more research beforehand, but I'm gonna have them do more research and let you guys know if it's.
Yeah, I think she took an L here. She made a mistake. She took an L. Happens to the best of us. Well, not me, but like, you know, everybody else. I don't really care about the legal mindset thing. Covered this, covered this, covered this, covered this, covered this, covered this. I'm curious about this Jarvis Johnson video. I think she just lets OTK and Mythic tell her what to do and she does it. Yeah, but you can't really do that, you know? That only works so far as there's not any problems. And when there are problems, then it doesn't really work anymore. You know? Was the HR segment? You did. It wasn't that long. It was just a few minutes of me covering a few Reddit comments in the Reddit post that are calling Itchtrack out. Maybe he'll actually, you know, acknowledge he messed up, made a mistake. Maybe.
Welcome back to Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium channel that is free. It is free, but if you're watching this, you're premium. Time, that was 1.02 seconds between me saying, if you're watching this, pause your premium. Just running a little prediction market gamble here. If you bet the over on that, you could win $1 billion. Today I wanted to talk about gambling because I can't get away from it. I feel like I'm being surrounded by gambling. It is everywhere I look. Gambling isn't something that like
Yes, his Reddit is calling him out. Let me check earlier in the VOD to see.
I do a lot of, other than collecting Pokemon cards, which arguably is a form of gambling. I watch a lot of sports, not to brag. I feel like every commercial break, there's a number of sports gambling ads at stadiums. There's ads for DraftKings and FanDuel. Every sports YouTuber I watch has to be sponsored by these apps because those are the main people buying ads in the space, I guess. And sports gambling has been creeping into the mainstream for years, but another direction I feel attacked by gambling is in the content space. You know, like I feel like it was only a few short years ago when kick.com didn't exist. And now not only does it, but it's bankrolled by stake.com, which is like a crypto.
Used to be such a big A viewer. But I've come around with the whole Vox partnership. TurboTax ad. They did a TurboTax ad.
Gambling casino that all.
I did not hear that yours got a call sheet sponsorship. For what? To do what? Your new recycled tax ads.
That bankrolls Kick. Drake, the musician, rose from the ashes of being incinerated alive by Kendrick Lamar, partnered with Stake to just be posting about gambling all the time. And now Drake and Aiden Ross and Stake.com are caught up in a RICO case about gambling. What is going on? There was an FBI raid on like an NBA coach. They uncovered a secret underground gambling ring where people are using X-ray poker tables and special glasses. This is an image of a modified card shuffler where they built custom software to stack the deck for a gambling scheme. And when I wanted to learn more about that, I went on ESPN, and right as they're talking about it, there's an ESPN Bet Sportsbook link in the banner on the bottom of the screen that someone just removes right while they're talking about it because they realize how bad of a look it is.
You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The buses.
This is so funny. It's right here.
Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place.
I have so many questions. Who were the bussin' boys? Is mainly the question I have. Apparently, sports gambling's a big part of what they do. I'm unfortunately not familiar with their work, and I don't have time.
He basically promoted that where he's not gambling or betting. He did a segment for the NFL games this past weekend. It's still not good. Again, I think that you're never going to find a perfect company, especially a perfect company that sponsors content creators. But I think that there are degrees of bad.
Oh. Motherfuckers are putting money on this shit. DYK return. Oh, Mr. Beast. Streamer games. What will Mr. Beast say during this next YouTube video?
That's cool.
What?
This is so bad.
Wow, there's so many options.
Oh! GTA 6! Oh my god!
This is so...
GTA 6! I'm going on GTA 6.
Not even just the sponsorship. The freaking... Like this. This is so bad. We need regulation. We need regulation immediately. We don't yet know the psychological ramifications that have yet to come from predictive betting markets. From this admin though, I don't think it's gonna happen, but it needs to happen. Remember, you always told us at the beginning it was completely regulated and legal in all 50 states? Stop. Stop. Oh my goodness. Nah, like how many young kids are gonna have to commit suicide before we get somebody to do something about this? We have not even started scratching the surface. Right? Gambling is already a vice that it's one of the most destructive vices in terms of completely financially ruining you. You know, so quickly. And this is a worse version of that. Where's about a 500K Rolls Royce disappointed is an understatement. Highest suicide rate amongst addictions. Yeah, it's so bad. And this is worse than traditional gambling. This is worse than casinos. Right? This is worse than slots. This is worse than like crypto betting. We thought crypto betting was bad. This is worse than that. Right? Because now it's embedded in your phones. Right now it's like you can now not only bet on, horses in a controlled environment in the back of a casino. Now you open up your phone, and before opening up Twitter, before opening up Instagram, you open up to see if your parlay hit yesterday. You know? You see the White House is fixing Kashi bets by how long the press conferences last? I did not see that. I'm right if you covered, but H3 did betting ads last month despite being against it. I cannot bring myself to care in the year of 2026 what Ethan Klein is doing. I can't. I know they're being hypocritical. I cannot bring myself to care. I can't. He's like lost another like 10,000 subscribers. He's fighting shadowboxing with himself. He's utterly irrelevant, and I do not care. Right? Honestly, this is significantly worse. Right? Like I don't necessarily see normal people watch Ethan Klein, but I do see normal people watching Your Age, and this is like a bad thing to be promoting. It's really bad. This audience pushed back on it so dramatically he had to go to sub mode. Your Age? Yep. Interesting. Is debating on the press conference timing thing. I don't think that. I mean, maybe they're drinking the markets. I don't know. It just seems like a very roundabout way. Like, why would you rig predictive markets with insider trading when you can literally, you know, just rig the stock market like they usually do? It's a coincidence, but crazy that that's something that you can gamble on. Yeah, it's a quick cash in. Yeah, but like for what? You know what I mean? Like you are running the country. Like the I think the assumption is that like somebody is telling Caroline Leavitt to like end the briefing immediately, abruptly, so that the no's have it. It seems like there is an easier answer to that. You know what I mean? But again, I don't know. I haven't seen the video. I mean, maybe my mind will change.
In November of last year, and so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done, and thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you. On November.
What am I looking at? Seconds to spare, over 65 minutes. Oh. Well, okay, she had like 30 seconds to spare, to be fair. We're under 65 minutes. She ended at 64 minutes, 30 seconds, something seconds. It just seemed like a very, I don't know. Maybe she had the runs. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I just think that like, this is not necessarily proof. And also, the people who voted yes are not going to learn from this. You feel me? It's like, and that's why I don't understand why you're doing this in the first place. Right? It's like people who were like, who put like $100,000 on, will we go to war with Venezuela? And then we kidnap Maduro, and they're like, yeah, cash out, pay out, Kalshi. And Kalshi's like, they press the other button. They're like, what? We went to war. It's like, no, actually, we did not go to war, right? We invaded and kidnapped the president. That is not a declaration of war, so therefore, you are wrong, I am right, and we win. And there's no regulation, so what are you going to do about it? You know? Isn't Don Jr. on the board? Seems like quick and easy money. No, that's not how that works. Don Jr. being on the board doesn't mean anything, Chad. Not particularly. Right? Because, like, I don't think that Kalshi themselves are making every prediction, per se. Right? Or they're not like, we're going to rig a prediction for the White House press secretary to speak over this amount of time, particularly. It's just it's more likely that it's just like a thing that people are voting on, and it's just I would be more likely to believe that Caroline herself made the bet than like she's getting the earpiece being like, you must end speaking now because Don Jr., who is rigging this specific prediction that we have $1 million on Kalshi, you know what I mean? Like it's just I don't know. It's like Occam's razor. I think someone's chat saying.
It's quite well done. And thank
I don't know. I'm not saying it's not happening, but I need more information. There's only 3K total on this bet. I don't think it's real. Speculation is everything. It has been for a long time in the US, but now people are speculating on reality instead of like land, water, stocks, etc. Kalshi. Yeah. Shout out the fact that Kalshi reached out to me during the election to do a sponsored election stream. You know what I said, chat? Watch the not. Hey, girl. You done crying out there? And let's go back to the Jar Johnson video. Sit. Sit. Good girly.
Time to learn about it. But this is crazy, right? Every celebrity that you've ever known has sold themselves out. Look, Kevin Hart, I understand, because he'll take any check, but LeBron, you were supposed to be the chosen one. Okay, so maybe I won't get my news from ESPN. That's fine. I'll just go to CNN. What's that? CNN strikes prediction data partnership with Kalshi, and Kalshi is a prediction market platform, which is a fancy way of saying gambling about a lot of stuff, but it's a loophole because it's not technically gambling. So that way you can do it in all the states that gambling isn't legal, which I'm surprised it took us this long to find that loophole. Now, CNN's deal with Kalshi is about the prediction data, but I have to imagine that Kalshi's name is going to show up somewhere in that. And if you go to the Kalshi homepage, would you look at that? It's a hockey game that I can invest in. I can invest in the future result of the hockey game. And if I'm correct in my investment, then I'm a bit of a Warren Buffett of myself. And if I lose, well, I just got to get back out there, you know, because I'm an investor and I'm not a gambler at all. But hey, it's not just sports, because we can also invest in the next US presidential election winner. Investing, remember that. These are prediction markets and we're investing in futures. Okay, we're not gambling. What the fuck is gambling? No one does that. But if I wanted to invest in a sporting future, investing, like for example, who's going to win the NBA championship, you could do that. And there's odds and you can bet on the different betting lines. I mean, investment probabilities. And then that summary is verified, outcome verified by the NBA. So you're simply investing in future outcomes. And so it's not gambling because they used a different word. But before we get into that, we have a brief word from today's sponsor, Olipop. Winter's here, and Olipop has put together 3 flavors to bring cheap.
I'm not telling you it's gambling either. This is a mutation of that. I think gambling is a net negative on society. I'm also not totally against it. I do think it is a net negative. That if it was fully banned, we would lose nothing. As a, you know, want some water? I gotta give her some water. Hold on.
Here to you during these cool winter months. Vintage cola, ginger ale, and the new crisp apple. Ooh. 'Tis the season. I'm at the top of a cool mountain in a winter cabin, sitting next to a fireplace, okay? And for a limited time, these flavors come in 3 limited edition cans featuring the 3 cheer spreading Yetis. If you haven't met these guys before, they were introduced last year. This is Pip. Look at his little scar. If you haven't heard of Olipop, it's a delicious soda that is low sugar but packed with fiber, which helps with your digestive health. Olipop has lots of great flavors, including strawberry vanilla, Dr. Goodwin, orange squeeze, classic it great, many more. And that's not to mention Olipop and Pip. I get to enjoy all of the soda flavors of my youth and feel a little less guilty about it, which I love. Olipop is sold online, but also available in Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and other major retailers. If you want to try Olipop, you can get 2 cans for the price of 1. You can try any flavor, but you could also try some of these new Yeti flavors. Just scan this QR code, put in your phone number, and you'll get a free can redeemable at major retailers. Thanks to Olipop for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. Who are these genius investors? There's someone here that said, I bet on Oklahoma, and they didn't spell it right. They spelled it like Oak the log. I bet on the Oklahoma, but didn't get paid out. And then a kind person reminded them that the NBA finals happen next year. So really, it's the top investing minds that are investing here on this platform. But Kalshi's not alone. The most popular prediction market is Polymarket. I'm sorry. Don Rowe Doctrine. Will the U.S. take control? Don Rowe Doctrine is something that Trump improvised when he was talking about the Monroe Doctrine. And he just thought to himself, hey, Mon kind of sounds like Don, which is me. Now it's on the front page of this prediction market. This is so, everything is awesome. Oh, that's so sick. You can even invest in what Zoran Mamdani will say during a speech. And he said New Jersey. If you bet on New Jersey, you got paid out.
The founder of Kalshi has said,
the long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And I think if you do build a general purpose exchange that can resolve differences of opinions on anything, like the TAM is quite massive.
The TAM is quite massive. That stands for total addressable market, which is something I know from being a genius.
and I'll concede, on pure accuracy, probabilistic guessing can rival reasoning, especially if you're completely uninformed. But what kind of value system is reflected by a world where outcomes matter?
Hey, that's similar to what I was going to title this video.
Prediction.
But okay, probabilistic guessing only rivals, like, you know, anything when it's a binary choice, right? Like if you're trying to reason, what will the next coin flip be, heads or tails? Right? Yeah, guessing randomly works just as well as trying to find any sort of pattern. Maybe even better, because it is completely random. Right? However, that's not life. Guessing what Zoran Mamdani is going to say in a speech is not that. Also prone to groupthink based bias development. Oh, 100%. 100%.
Markets love to call themselves collective intelligence engines.
Collective intelligence engine is a very funny term to me because I could use it to describe 100 people guessing how many.
That too. That is also a very good point. That it's like if you have inside information, which a lot of these people do, it is not random. That is also true. But like because you don't have that information, not like you, Chatter, but like you as in you and me as like regular people, because we don't have that information, it's literally worse than just randomly guessing. You can open up a call sheet, pick a random thing, and pick a random thing, like a random market and a random item on the thing to bet on. And you'll have a better chance of actually trying to figure out the markets because you're playing against people who have the house advantage. You're playing against people who coded the machines, if you will. About turning everything into a fictitious capital. Financialization is now just about appropriating the future. That sounds good, so I'm going to agree with you, even if I don't truly know what that means.
Jelly beans are in a jar. Wisdom of crowds. That's it.
In your average information diet, it feels insane to think that we're going to land on the group wisdom end of the spectrum and not the mob mentality one.
Hey, wisdom of the crowd. That's what I said. Now you're probably thinking, if I can bet on pretty much anything, invest about, could I invest in things that I have unique, privileged, proprietary knowledge about? Yeah. Early in December, there was a Polymarket trader who earned nearly $1 million by placing suspiciously accurate bets or investments on Google's 2025 year-end search rankings. Will Bianca Sensori be the #1 search person on Google this year? That's such a specific bet. This is someone who clearly knew the top Google search results and went 20 2 for 23 success rate on Google search predictions. That is absurd. Public blockchain data shows the wallet deposited $3 million into Polymarket last Friday and immediately began placing large bets. The same account previously won over $150,000 by correctly predicting the exact Gemini 3.0 Flash release date.
Oh, interesting. Almost like someone who works at Google is making these bets.
There's going to continue to be these random accounts that pop up out of nowhere, make a specific bet about a specific domain of expertise, and profit immensely at every...
You can never beat the house, chat. Remember that. No matter how much you think this money will change your life, right? Statistically speaking, you will not be the person that beats the house. It's like this is like winning the lottery. You could play the lottery every single day for the rest of your life, and statistically speaking, you will not win it. And this is worse than the lottery because it's rigged against you. At the very least, the lottery is, by all intents and purposes, holistically fair, right? And this is rigged against you. This is like playing the lottery where like somebody knows the answer. You feel me? Alrighty. Gamblers Fund North Carolina education. Honestly, respect. That's what I would do. Because I went to school in North Carolina. So the North Carolina Education Lottery did fund my education. So I'll take it. Thank you, gamblers.
Everyone else's loss. And normally there are regulations and laws to prevent things like this from happening. Not so in this case, as prediction markets are. I believe they're classified as like an investment thing, which is just legislated differently. And that was the first of many examples that I've seen of this. But most recently, a Polymarket user made more than $400,000 in profits betting on Maduro's capture on an investment made within 24 hours of the military action. And that's another thing that there probably was an insider on. And this is plausible because we know the New York Times and Washington Post had advanced knowledge of this military operation and chose not to share that information with the public.
And so I love like a Washington Post journalist coming home. She's like, "Ugh, honey, is dinner ready?" And she's like, "Yeah, honey, what's wrong?" "We're gonna capture Maduro tomorrow, bro." And she's like, "Oh, wow, that's crazy." Polymarket.com. She's like, what are you doing over there? "Oh, no, don't worry about it." Capture Maduro in 24 hours? Yes. Bro, to be fair, this isn't new. It used to just be Nancy Pelosi. It used to be Nancy and Paul Pelosi.
Due to national security concerns, and yet that information was shared with the market, so to speak.
Call your wife bro. Do you not call your significant other bro? Gotta get around to it, chat.
In the form of someone extracting $400,000 of other people's money on their alleged or probable insider knowledge. And then the question is, should that even be something that we can bet on to begin with? There's also a tool called Polyglobe if any of this other stuff isn't dystopian enough for you and you need more evil in your life. You can now visualize.
Chat. How far away are we from like a Nightcrawler situation? You know what I mean? How far away are we from like a Nightcrawler situation? Like 2 months? We're already there? Are we?
Visualize a active conflict map and have the...
Have you seen the movie? If you haven't seen it, just watch the movie Nightcrawler.
Associated Polymarket invest
people who aren't that kind of nerd. It's not even a nerd thing. This is like a very popular Jake Gyllenhaal movie. It's not even like a nerd thing. It's not a nerd or weeb thing. It's just a regular movie that like regular people have seen. I'm not gonna spoil it. Just watch it.
Investment opportunities populated along the borders of, let's say, Russia-Ukraine conflict battles.
What is clear is that degenerate gamblers on Polymarket are making money off the conflict,
I love
betting
404 Media.
on the outcomes of big and small battles between Ukraine and Russia.
This is 404 Media. They're like a really good journalistic outlet that I subscribe to.
Someone at ISW edited the maps.
I think 404 Media and like Dropside are like the few that are like good still. And not the fake news media. Turn the freaking frogs gay.
Show that Russia had advanced through the intersection and taken control of it. After the market resolved, the red shading on the map vanished, suggesting someone at ISW with editing permissions on the map had tweaked it ahead of market resolving.
I think that sums up a lot of the problems here. It's like they're sourcing active conflict maps to do these bets, and I don't know.
And then the editors are tweaking it before the markets resolve. You can't win. The house is stacked against you, chat.
Know the context of someone cashing out a bet or making an edit to the map, but it's not even something that they control. Obviously, you can see the issues with something like that because it's another opportunity and vector for insider trading.
Also, Trill Tactics, they were the 6 months 2 hours ago. I totally didn't miss that. In 80K, they gave her the 11 months 2 hours ago. I also definitely didn't miss that, I promise. And Mr. Cookie, they gave her the prime. I also didn't miss that one either. So,
one within the
I think every sub. If everybody tells you that I don't think every sub, they're lying. They probably just left before I think their sub, because it happened 5 hours ago and I forgot to read it off.
Map organization was acting. Was a rogue actor and using this to profit, or if they made a mistake like that, or if there was a hacker who used this opportunity, they like find access to something that they have and then like use this opportunity to tilt the scales in their favor. Like it doesn't matter, because now that we're betting on this stuff, there's going to be an incentive to make things happen. Like if there's going to be a streaker at the Super Bowl, is like a thing that you can more or less control. Even if it's difficult to get around the security, you can make you can tilt the odds in your favor. And
yeah, just be a streaker. You know what I mean? Well, if you know that like you get like a fine, you get in jail for like a month for streaking at the Super Bowl, but you put it all on red, right? And you make $1 million for voting that there will be, not even just that there will be a streaker, right? That will get you like $100,000 maybe. There will be a white streaker with red hair painted like the Joker. Everybody's going to be like, oh no, that's not going to happen. They're going to vote no, 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 no. Right? And you're the only person who goes in on yes. And you like 20x your money. Right? You make $50,000 by just manufacturing the situation that everybody else thought would be impossible, or at least improbable. I can hedge the bet. I can be the winner. I'm just smarter. There'll be a great count on the field in the second quarter. Yeah. There's no way that already isn't happening. On smaller levels, yeah, on smaller levels, it is happening. But like, we haven't seen how bad it gets. Like, it's how much time until there's like a one that says, there's a market prediction that says there will be a political assassination in the next month or something like that. And that incentivizes somebody to maybe not do it themselves, but like to like coax and groom younger people into like committing violent acts. Or there will be X amount of school shootings, right? You gotta proxy it though, so you someone that doesn't know about the bet and pay them way less than the payout. But why? There's no regulation anyway. Who's actually gonna hold you accountable if it's you that does it? You know? This is how the stock market works too, or at least according to neolibs and neocons, rational actors making rational decisions, but they really just have insider access. Not anyone can be that insider if they make it happen IRL. Yeah. This is why the stock market also sucks and why I don't like it, because it's the exact same thing. The stock market is also purely predictive and purely speculative, but now it's just, it used to be relegated to industry. right? It's what industries will succeed. And it was still purely speculative. There's no fundamentals behind the stock market, no matter what neocons tell you, right? No matter what they say, there's absolutely zero fundamentals behind the stock market. It's completely speculative. Right? But now take that and extrapolate that so you have a stock market literally in your pocket for your school. Now your school has its own little community of call sheet bets going on about whether or not Miss Johnson is going to wear those nice pants on Friday or something. You know what I mean? Whether or not there will be 2 fights in the school bathroom this week, or only one. You know. But you have kids who are going to be betting on that stuff, right? Some like those creepy dudes walk around the casino trying to show you how to use slot machines. Is that like a normal thing? I've been to a casino one time. It wasn't not fun. I had an enjoyable time. I made money. So. Then I never went back. We had Twilight Zone or a Black Mirror episode on this. Yeah, Black Mirror is too worried about like making sequel episodes. Also gay sex. That was one of the Black Mirror episodes that was so confusing to me when I first watched it. So somebody said, "Oh, it's gay sex." I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." I'm sure there's a Roblox polymarket game already. I mean, yeah. What's wrong with that? Oh, nothing. I was confused. I was like, I didn't get what the Black Mirror part of it was. I need to have it explained to me. They just said gay sex, and I was like, oh, it is very Black Mirror. Sorry. Automat is homophobic. What did the automat? What did the automat? Oh, it's automating gay sex. Dang, automat is homophobic. You can say gay sex here. It's not against the rules. But you can't say sex, right? No sex is allowed here. No heterosexual sex. Only gay sex.
And it's like using a weighted dice or something. There's nothing fair about this. And that's on top of the moral and ethical.
Excuse me? We just say we were not talking about Interview with the Vampire.
Like questions around whether or not this stuff should be investable. But what do I know? I'm like a fucking guy, dude. I don't even know.
Listen. You know what I meant.
Oh.
An anonymous user on the prediction market site Polymarket bet $32,000 that the Venezuelan president would be out of power by January 31st.
What I'm trying to say is if you have insider knowledge about some shit that
I can't wait for the inevitable data leak of Polymarket or Kalshi, and we find out the insiders who've been making these bets. It's going to be objectively hilarious. When Scott Russo from Google is outed as like doing insider trading. Will he actually be held accountable? Probably not, but it would be funny. I'm not optimistic we'll ever get that. No, I think we will. If I had to do one Polymarket bet, is that like every company will inevitably have a data leak if they operate for long enough. Why would they not? Nixie. That should be fine. I'm gonna end stream soon anyway.
It's about to go down. Fucking tell me, dude. I'm trying to make a bag. By the way, if you're in Gen Z and we're like, I don't feel like I'm going to have access to the housing market anytime soon, I have great news for you because Polymarket has partnered to launch bets on housing prices. You can get in there. Oh, and Kalshi offers real estate related bets such as rent increases in San Francisco, New York. This is like the best.
Wow, I love that. My favorite. Polymarket bet will Polymarket data get leaked in the next year?
Stuff, by the way. Doesn't seeing stuff like this just make you feel like super optimistic about the world? Extra awesome alert. What's that? Year just ended. It's time for your freaking geopolitics wrapped, okay? This guy freaking netted out almost $1 million, got some huge wins in Israel and Saudi Arabia normalizing relations in 2025. Obviously had to call the Zoran Mamdani win, of course, and conservatives won majority in the Canadian election. What a dub. Dubs after dubs. Huge year for this investor. Dude, I hope some horrific shit happens in the future that you can profit on. That is so sick. Back in my day, to be a war profiteer, you had to freaking start a defense contracting company. You had to Lockheed Martin this shit. You know, you had to Northrop Grumman, okay? You had to Palantir. And now you can just go on a freaking website and click. No BlackRock of mine, my G. We used to have to go invade countries ourselves, extract the oil with our bare hands. Kids these days, they have it so easy, is what I would say if I was Henry Kissinger.
Should I just low-key copy trade this dude? His biggest win was $12 million though, which kind of makes me second guess it. And now his profit's only at $1,700,000. So is he really that good?
Dude, they only profited $1 million, so they're actually trash. No, but I know what he's saying. Weird moments from.
Who wants to bet that Sean won't quit in the year 2027? I won't quit if I have 5,000 subs. If I hit 5,000 subs in the year, then I won't quit. If you think about it, so. Yeah. 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 Sean will continue making content if you give more subscriptions right now. True. Where's this 5K views, not 5K subs? Oh, did I say 5K viewers? They're basically the same thing. Neither of them are going to happen. So, LOL. Anyway, I'm probably going to call it for today, though. I will say, I'm not going to afford 5L subs. L. What was I saying?
Polymarket investing influencer courses.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna call it. I was gonna say I'm looking for. I'm gonna buy a house. Chat. Was it where else Slate Journal infiltrated ICE? I was gonna say more to keep Sean streaming. True. Wait, for real? Maybe. Let's go Champagne Socialist. I was also looking where, not in Los Angeles, if that's what you're asking. In this economy, think about it like this, chat. The housing economy is only going to get worse. So it'll just be a better investment, you know? And if you wait too long, then you can't afford it. Buying a mega church, this is true. Lock the doors, mods, lock the doors. Bring your phones and your money to the front. I want to see the baskets full. Baskets full, I tell you. A few months ago, ICE hired me. I didn't sign or submit any paperwork. I'm really outspoken about my opinion on Trump administration, but I'm extremely Googleable. And yet there was, in plain English, welcome to ICE. That's so interesting. I want to read this tomorrow. Hopefully nobody sends this to Hassan, because I don't want to see Hassan talk about it before I do. That's right. I'm a hater. $4 million by the end of the day? Yes. That's what a fun thing. They hired this person without taking any paperwork. I love getting a Kashi ad right now. I love that too. And I got a Kashi ad. Bro. You know what? It's fine. They're not sponsoring me, so you're just seeing the ad. What about background check? Guess they didn't do it. Stephen Smith accidentally called the Texans player Charlie Kirk. Does he look like Charlie Kirk? No. Oh, is he black?
That's what we saw. We saw Charlie Kirk catch 8 receptions for 144 yards.
Yeah.
We saw
Christian Kirk.
I'm sorry, Christian. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk. We saw.
His reaction made it so funny. Like, oh my God, no, not Charlie Kirk.
That's what we saw. We saw Charlie Kirk catch 8 receptions for 144 yards.
Yeah.
We saw
Christian Kirk.
I'm sorry, Christian. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
We saw. That's what we saw.
He saw his career flash in front of his eyes. Not really. Those were the fire Stephen A. Smith, but like, he was like, oh my God, no, not that one. We are Charlie Kirk. Yeah. I think that's it. Oh no. I will end it off on the Deadpool trailer. Takes me rage baiting a little bit. See Kirk add Sig to the board. It's kind of funny. We carry the flame. Y'all gotta stop. Let's get back into Rivals. That's the Drewski skit. Yeah, we started today with the Drewski skit, talking about mega churches a little bit. So just go back to the beginning of the stream. Let's see the Deadpool trailer. Deadpool is apparently his role is all of the above.
Dear rivals, Deadpool here. I've heard all your non-stop complaining online about how the game needs more vanguards and strategists. But designing a superhero is a super stressful process, and poor Ji-Young has already lost most of his hair. So, I asked him to put me in the game early and take some work off his plate. Little did he know, I was messing with my code to give you whiners the best solution possible. So now, I'm a duelist, and a vanguard, and a strategist. Ah! A Marvel 3-in-1, baby!
So yeah. He's all of the above.
It's Deadpool's turn to shine. Pew, 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 pew. Ah. Heads up, losers.
A game within a game.
You change your abilities out. Oh, you can upgrade your abilities.
Thank goodness this book has pictures.
I swear, my duelists are going to be AFK. My duelists are going to be AFK in the spawn room for like 5 minutes. You're like, what ability do I upgrade this time? Do I upgrade my shift? Or do I upgrade my gun? I don't know. And I'm fighting for my freaking life on point.
In your face, goodbye. I'll take my paycheck now.
Better stop that vehicle!
You really said it.
Exactly. It'll be exactly like that. Yes.
Check now.
It will be this. I am fighting for my life. I'm fighting for my life, boxing the thing. And it's just like, what ability do I pick? Do I want to pick this one? Or do I want to pick this one? I don't know.
You really said it. It's a pool party.
Oh, look at all the widow witties.
Say cheese. Sucks to be you.
Only 60 seconds left.
I can't perform under that kind of pressure. Let's get this
If I'm being entirely real, chat, I have no idea how this character works.
game show on the road. What are you aiming at?
Okay.
Well, are we taking them down or not?
Oh my goodness, he has a freaking like again, that guy. With the Soldier Star ult where he just gets a reset, an ult reset every kill.
It's Deadpool time, kiddos. Let's go. Come on over. Daddy DP will heal you up. You're lucky I programmed my swords to heal. Now get to slicing.
I mean, he still does damage as a strategist.
With me on the front lines, we can't lose. Plushy power!
Okay, that's dirty. It doesn't sound like that can look, or doesn't look like that can stick to players though, so I don't know how great it would be. It blocks damage.
For me, okay?
Executioner!
He absorbs damage. Okay.
My work here is done.
He's gonna be annoying to play. He's gonna be not to play against.
I'm the best there is. Suck it, Logan. One for the scrapbook.
Or he's gonna be so annoying to play against. I think the skill ceiling is gonna be extremely high though. So I think everybody's gonna try to pick him up to try to play him, but like they're going to be pretty But like at high levels of comp, Deadpool is like a must pick. And that's why I think that like for competitive play, I think that he'll be an insta ban. Right? Just his versatility is too much to overlook. It's like kind of like a Clove a little bit, or a little bit like Clove and like Pro Valorant. It's not even a good good analogy. Like, kind of like Clove can do a little bit of everything. Smokes as a self heal. You know, like you have a lot of good stuff you can do with Clove. It's like that, but imagine if you had a initiator, a flash character with a smoke and a self heal and a team heal in one Valorant agent. You know, like I'm in gold plat. If a hero requires my teammates to be able to adjust their playstyle, I'm banning it. Yeah. So they did say he's sorry. Deadpool did say he's dropping early in this video. Is he live now? Chat. Hey, but it makes you feel better. At least now I'll be able to play Gambit. January 16th. Is that early though? What was it supposed to drop before? Gonna make a polymarket bet on the most banned character in Marvel Rivals 2026. Now that's the official date. I was lied to by Deadpool. He said he was gonna do it early. Here.
Lost most of his hair. So, I asked him to put me in the game early and take some work off his plate. Little did he know, I was messing with...
Oh, so he's in, the trolling. Oh, yeah. The icon being in the game. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, that's what he meant. One comp match to confirm? Nah, I gotta go. I don't have to go, but I want to go. I have to do some editing. I have a lot of content for stream that I can edit down as YouTube videos I just haven't been doing because I've been being lazy. So I'm gonna go do that today. CUNY Rivals Day? Maybe not today though. Maybe one day. I'll set aside some time during the day to play some Rivals. Yeah. Any final thoughts, chat? First thought, Atriarch can suck it. Second thought, refer to first thought. And why is Rich Campbell playing Hightail? And why is he on Twitch? I think Nick Shirley should go to jail. Yeah, Hightail sponsor. Hightail is sponsoring people, bro. Why didn't I get sponsored? It's fine. It's whatever. It's okay. Anyway, that's it. That's my take. Have I follow us as Hightail? Yeah. Any final thoughts, chat? Awesome. I wasn't even looking. I'll see y'all later. Indubitably. I'll see y'all tomorrow or the day after. One of the two. Goodbye.